All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you and welcome to the February 6th, 2024 Saco Planning Board meeting. We'll begin this evening with a workshop item. Our first workshop item on the agenda this evening is a housekeeping ordinance. Emily? Housekeeping ordinance amendments, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we were looking at this in a workshop item at the last meeting, so I promised that we could take a deeper dive into it tonight. I think we should probably start with questions. I know Jeff Brochu already provided questions, so I plan to provide a full response to all of the board's questions at one time. So I can collect questions now. Again, the overview here is just really to try to keep everything to a housekeeping amendment, as the label of the ordinance package, amendment package is. Really, it's to make sure that uses in zoning districts align, making sure processes align, and again, any questions, happy to take them now, and then we can answer some of them now and provide kind of more comprehensive response. We have scheduled this for a February 20th public hearing for the planning board to keep the timelines for the city council meetings.
All right, thank you, Emily. Board members, any questions or comments that we'd like to discuss with Emily at this time? Joyce?
Mine's just a minor typo under section 179-3.02 F1. I'm assuming ownership shall be assumed to be that indicated in the records and not indicted.
So that's a good one.
Thank you, Joyce. Any other thoughts or questions from board members? Sure.
I think that my guess is that Jeff was extremely detailed in his questions. And so instead of just repeating questions over, I'll listen to his and the answers first, and then if there's one that sits out there, I'll bring it up at that point.
Well, thank you, Rob. Emily, similar to Joyce, same section 179-3.02, item E, that section, the process outlined in section 179 is that 3.01A? Okay.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And then the only other question I had was any map amendments, or do we need to adjust anything on the zoning map in reference to any of these items?
No, that's a good question, though.
Okay. It didn't seem that we did, but I just wanted to make sure. Other than that, if Jeff doesn't mind, or if we'd like to go over a few of those. I haven't had a chance to see those questions, but maybe if we want to briefly hit upon a few of those. Does that work for you, Emily? Or do you want to?
Yes, if there are any questions, we can take them now. I'm trying to make the screens work for us, so
okay.
We'll see if we can get up on the screen, hopefully. But if you're following along, it's the workshop item number 1 in the meeting packet that was available online.
So I guess, do you want me to rephrase my question, Emily, or do you just want to go with the ones that I had?
Yeah, you can just go through your questions and I'll answer them as best I can, and if not, we will compile them and put them in writing for the public hearing.
So I had that the TDCSM, so the Technical Design Construction Manual, the definitions, there was none found for large culvert versus major stream crossing. I just thought it might be a technical definition we should have in there. Because Article 2, Section 3.15, stormwater quality talks about major stream crossings with tributaries over 10 acres, I believe. My second thing that I thought needed a little bit of revisiting was section 188-907, applicant's responsibility after plan approval. B8, they're requiring as-built plans for the electrical systems. And I had, what about the communications, local area networks, and fiber distribution systems as well? I think it's referenced somewhere else, but as a technical guy, I think it should be clearly spelled out if we're looking for those duct banks and where they're going, that we should include all of them as well, particularly fiber networks are growing very quickly. Then section 230, 304, N4, business industrial. There's talk about reducing the front setback from 50 feet to 20 feet. I felt like that really warranted some conversation from the board.
So on that one, so the others, I will reply back to you because they involve other departments. On 304 and 4, there is no change to what's actually on the dimensional table right now. That's just clarifying this section of the ordinance and making sure it matches what's already on the dimensional table, and the dimensional table now overrules, so it already says 20 feet. It's confusing the way it's shown, but it's no change.
Okay, so my next one was in a definition again of quote-unquote religious conference center. And I was referring to we should have a maximum time of occupation per group so that it is not faith-based housing. So we're being very clear on the permitted use of a religious conference center, but we're really not talking about how long those events may take place. Is that something you want to reply to, or should I move?
Yeah, I'll look into that one for you. What we did was we brought back the original definition that had been lost from the old zoning, and this is specific to one business in the community. So I will reply back to you on it.
The next one was with regards to small-scale energy systems. And I felt we should have an energy rating, whether it be in BTUs or KWs, to determine what the size is. So at what limit are we going to say they're no longer small-scale energy systems, but something else? The term commercial solar energy system is used, but I start to question a legal definition if it would strike the small scale. Basically, in the sense, a lot of these systems are of a large enough capacity where the owners are able to sell back energy to the utility companies. They get usually in the form of credits. Is that at that point when you're selling back for profit, if you generate more than your household structure can utilize, aren't you at that point a commercial entity? You're gaining power. You're gaining revenue, essentially. And do we need to make some sort of definition, some clear understanding? So if a person happens to want to cover their entire, not only their entire house, but their garage and their backyard, and because they're realizing they could actually make money, but they're claiming that it's a small-scale energy system. I just think we need to have some sort of discussion on what we're doing to minimize impact on neighbors' visual impact.
Sounds like what we need to do is define commercial solar energy systems, because this definition is kind of a negative. A small-scale energy facility is not a commercial solar energy system. Where's the distinction?
I think that's the missing piece here. So what you're seeing is just red lines of sections. And so if my computer will start back up, I can show you that we have a definition of commercial solar energy system. So I think what needs to happen is we need to reply to you showing what the differences are, and then maybe asking for a legal opinion from Tim Murphy, just to make sure we're on solid ground. Because I know we've had a lot of solar revisions done as far as our ordinance over the last few years, so there has been some legal review of that.
Mr. Chair, I believe that's all I had for notes.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Perhaps Emily, along with that, maybe an area, maximum allowed area might fit into there as well. Okay.
Mr. Chair, when you say an area, what are you referring to? So I mean, are you talking about just on an existing structural surface, just on an existing roof, or is it going to be a ratio to the lot size? How much?
That's sort of the question, sure. So in your example, if it's in a residential nature, but with the intent to maybe sell back power, maybe that's not appropriate. But if there's an opportunity in a particular site, in a particular zone, to have something that's a little bit larger to perhaps support a greater area for one particular person for use privately, that maybe that's okay. So I'm not sure I have an idea as exactly what that area limitation is, but if someone has multiple properties and has the opportunity to make something a little bit larger to offset some demand on other properties, perhaps that is a scenario that works, but I'm just kind of hypothetically here. Rob?
Yeah, another way to measure would just be power generated. So you can say, residential or small scale caps at this, how much power generated, right? So if you go by, when you're talking about surface, so you're talking about surface area of actual panels, or how many, because I think if you went with surface area of panels, that could, you could change that certainly just by as they get more and more efficient, they get smaller, you can still add more panels. And then, like you said, Jeff, you get the guy with the, he starts laying them out in his backyard, and he's got them in his front yard and everything else. It could get a little out of control. So I think that the idea would be, one way of measuring, I would think, would be power, the ability to generate X number of kilowatts of power.
Yeah, and I think that's...
And that's your cap, right?
Sure.
And then beyond that, and I'll be interested to see what the commercial one says, and maybe that's takes you down to a certain level. And if that's true, then, okay, anything above this becomes commercial, and everything else is small scale.
Sure, and I think that's where Jeff was going, or maybe thinking. My only concern, small concern, is, the more demand on electricity, less on fossil fuels. Homes start having heat pumps, electric hot water heat pumps, electric vehicles. The electric demand residentially can increase quite quickly. So I just want to make sure that, or at least understand the criteria of where it might need to be.
Yeah, so I think we're kind of touching, one of them was the KW was a size rating, which I don't necessarily think is the best single standalone criteria. Reason being, it's like you say, if somebody wants to be very energy efficient, they're going to go all electric. But we want to be careful, I think, of impact to the neighbors. Some of the neighbors may not want that sort of visual obstruction. So, like Rob said, geez, they're laying them out on their lawns to generate more surface area. That may not be appropriate. But if we maybe word it so that they're only put on the surface of existing structures. So if they want to put them on their roof of their existing home, that's their prerogative. If they want to put them on the roof of a detached garage, that's their prerogative. But maybe we should say very clearly, you cannot put them on your demising fence, right? I mean, I think part of this already exists. Maybe Emily could touch on that, and we're missing a piece, but.
Sure.
So what we did from planning department is give you a condensed version, because you would have many pages before you. So when we get to the public hearing, what you're going to get is every single ordinance section. So you're going to get a huge document with all of these red lines laid out, so you'll be able to see where one interacts with the other, probably a little bit more clearly. We do have right now 2 commercial solar energy system definitions. This is something that has to be cleaned up in the code. The one that we would probably rely on is up on the screen. They're both up there, but the one that we would look at would be from the October 3rd, 2022, when some of this was already vetted through the planning board and the city council, really specific to some solar in residential areas. And you'll see that 2,000 square feet of surface area was been used to define commercial. We can certainly dive into this more, but our intent here as staff is to try to keep this document more for housekeeping, so trying to stay away from broader policy decisions because of the number of red lines we have here. We don't want it to become confusing.
Sure.
But this is actually a great example of something that does need to be cleaned up in the code. Having 2 definitions that almost say the same thing but are slightly different is concerning.
Yeah, but the fact is, it does answer our question of.
It does answer our question.
It talks about the number of square feet of surface area and the purpose for it. So there is a definition that ties back to what we're talking about as to what a small-scale energy facility isn't. It isn't this in 230-2103.
Sure.
So we will be providing you, the board members and the public, all the full documents with everything laid out. So you'll get a pretty large package, but it will be the same wording that you see in front of you here. It'll just be in the correct place in the ordinance with the full ordinance. And then we will respond to the questions that I didn't answer that Jeff asked us and take care of the typos.
Thank you, Emily. Any additional thoughts, board members? No. All right, thank you, Emily. All right, with that, I would like to call to order the February 6, 2024 Saco Planning Board. My name is Matt Provenzel. I am the chair. To my left is Joyce Leary Clark, the vice chair. To my right, a planning board member, Matt DiCiani. And back to my left, Jeff Brochu, Rob Biggs, and a recently appointed member, Jim Oler. Hopefully I said that right, Jim. Welcome him to the board. This is his first meeting. And then our staff, to my right, Emily Cole Prescott and Lisa Harmon, and our city council liaison, Phil Hatch. Our first item on our agenda is the approval of our minutes from January 17th, 2024. Do board members have any comments or edits to that?
Mr. Chair, I do. I just need a second to.
Sure.
So with regards to the Kafua Management Company, page 9, the larger discussion area, I think it came across, well, one, it was late and I had a lot of numbers in there. The way that it's worded, that stated that a variety of parcels with substantial acreage, only 8.7% land, presently zoned industrial, is set to BI. I think that number is the 8 or 0.88%, less than 1% of all the acreage in Saco is zoned industrial. That was kind of my point. I may have come across a little confusing, so I wanted to make it clear that We currently only have less than 1% of all the land in the city of Saco zoned industrial, and we're looking at taking out X number of parcels to convert them into BI. So we need to be very aware of that when we're considering our goals and the comprehensive plan of what the industrial zone is providing to our town. So if we could just kind of change that currently there is only less than 1% of Saco's acreage zoned industrial, and we're looking at decreasing it.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Emily has that. Any other comments or edits?
Well, Mr. Chair, with that edit, I'd move to approve the minutes of January 17th, 2024.
All right, thank you, Joyce.
Mr. Chair, I will second.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Motion made and seconded to approve the minutes as amended. Matt?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And Jim?
Since I wasn't at that meeting, I'll abstain.
All right, thank you, sir. 5-1 to adopt the minutes, one abstention. All right, our next item on the agenda is the verification of the findings for a denial decision of Old Orchard Beach Campground Site Plan Amendment, Tax Map 29, Lot 7. Do you have anything additional, Emily, that you would like to add to this item?
No, thank you.
All right, board members, I trust you've had an opportunity to review these findings. Are there any comments or questions or edits? Emily and Lisa, I guess, is it the first item? It's not really the first item. But on page 3, we have some motions made by the board. The first motion there for section 230-705A. I thought in my notes I had a 5-1 vote, and I'm not sure if any other board members shared those notes. I'm not sure if it's easy to triple check, but that's my only comment to triple check.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure.
So this is what we have. 705A. So we had it here in the minutes. If you think we should double check the recording, we can certainly bring that back.
Well, you have the recording, and I will trust that I have a lot of notes here, and I will trust that I have a lot of scribbles, and that was one of the items, but I will trust, so I don't, not to trust, but if the board members have any objection, I think we can continue as it's written.
Okay, and if there's anyone that has notes about it the other way, we'd be happy to change it.
I usually have pretty good notes. Could you just tell me which vote you had questions on?
This one was 230-705A. It was the one after dimensional standards. Six zero it is. Okay.
Yeah, I think that was just whether it satisfied the definition of a campground.
Correct, for the performance standards for the campground design. Okay. I circled it as a question. A lot of notes that evening, but thank you for the clarity.
Did you have that Jeff Grossman abstained on that? Is that why you had 5? I had 6-0. Did we revisit that one?
No, that's the next one.
Okay.
Correct, it was B.
Okay. No,
Correct.
so my note is correct, 6-0.
Okay. All right, thank you for the discussion. Any other points of topic for discussion on this item? If not, perhaps a motion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it captures the major points of discussion very well, and the votes, I would move to adopt the proposed decision as drafted.
And I'll second that.
All right, thank you, Joyce, for the motion, and Rob the second. Motion made and second to adopt the findings of fact as written and presented. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Jim?
And again, I'll abstain since I wasn't part of that deliberation.
All right, thank you, sir. I will vote yes as well. All right, on next item on the agenda this evening is the Biddeford Saco Orchard Beach Transit. This is for a site plan review for installation of 2 pantographics on Route 1, 2 pantographic en route chargers for transit battery electric buses. 138 Main Street, map 37, lot 8. Emily, do you have any additional items beyond the memo?
No, Chad Hyde, who is with Bedford Saco Old Orchard Beach, has told us that he plans to have materials for the second meeting in February, so he's had some extenuating factors come up.
All right, thank you. Jeff?
So, Mr. Chair, I move to table the application for the Bifford Saco Old Orchard Beach Transit Authority to our February 20th meeting.
Second?
All right, thank you, Jeff, for the motion and Jim for the second. Additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
I will vote yes as well. Motion passes unanimously to move this item to the February 20th meeting. Moving along, our next item on the agenda is the Bedard Properties LLC, presented by DM Roma Consulting Engineers. This is a zoning map ordinance amendment request to rezone property from RC to WR on New County Road, a portion of map 87, lot 17. This is a public hearing this evening. Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had first seen this at the last meeting, and the board scheduled its public hearing for this evening. We have also had City Council review this. City Council approved its first reading and scheduled its public hearing on January 29th, and it also had a January 8th new business review. The overview is that Bedard Properties LLC, represented by DM Roma, is here tonight. Jason Haskell is representing DM Roma, has filed a petition for zoning map amendment to change the zoning of a portion of map 87, lot 17 from RC to WR And the board is asked to hold its public hearing tonight, and then for the conclusion is asked to prepare its report back to the city council on the requested amendment.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to report, I need to sit this one out. My sister actually is under contract with Mr. Bedard now.
Okay, thank you, Joyce.
So I'll move to the audience.
Thank you, Emily, for the overview. Any immediate questions for Emily from the board members? If the applicant would like to add anything to that, we welcome them.
Good evening, Jason Haskell with DM Roma Consulting Engineers here on behalf of Kevin Bedard and Bedard Properties LLC. Just to recap a little bit from the last meeting, the property is located south of, across the street from Deep Brook Golf Course, to the east to the end of the Hillview Heights neighborhood, and it's also north is the Saco-owned woodlands associated with the middle school property, and then the Fenderson farm to the west of the property. The property used to be originally part of the Fenderson family property and was recently split off to Bedard LLC. As shown, Deep Brook runs through the property from north to south. Back in January of 2021, when the zoning ordinance map, zoning ordinance and map were updated, the property was identified originally as West Residential. In 2021, April 2021, John Fenderson petitioned for the farm property to be rezoned to the rural conservation due to the use of his property and the potential development of a solar farm. The solar farm is this was later approved by the planning board and the city council. The solar farm is generally located in the center of the overall parcel and is not included in this wooded area of that was originally part of the parcel. Because of the zoning map amendment, the whole entire property was then rezoned to rural conservation, including this wooded area that wouldn't be part of the overall farm property and also the solar farm itself. Now that Bedard owns the property, it'd like to develop it as a residential subdivision, and we're now requesting for this to be rezoned back to the original West Residential zoning. Surrounding the property is all West Residential, including lots across the street, and even further down the street, significantly further than this parcel is from I-95. The introduction of the utilities crossing I-95 associated with the development of Sancho Circle, or the Precious Hidden Estates property is the public utilities are extended across I-95 and are about 750 feet from the parcel, which strengthens the argument for the zone to be changed back to the higher residential density, since it's a lot easier to fit a house on a piece of property that's smaller when it doesn't have to worry about siting a septic field and a well on the same property. In addition, according to the subdivision ordinance, all projects within 1,500 linear feet of the of public infrastructure is required to provide public infrastructure to the development. This is indicating that we must install the public infrastructure regardless of the zone, since the potential project would need to spend the money for the utility extension to make the project even possible. It needs to be, to make it possible, there needs to be more lots to make it financially feasible. At the time of the development of the property identified as Precious Hidden Estates with Sancho Circle, a sewer and water expansion study was being conducted for the city. As part of that study, there were plans to extend a force main to connect the western side of I-95 to the existing sewer on the eastern side of I-95. As part of this plan, an approximation of future build-out of the western side of I-95 on New County Road was prepared. Based on their study and a 15,000 square foot minimum lot size, the future expansion was estimated to be around 705 new houses, 90 of which were the Precious Hidden Estates development. The Precious Hidden Estates development were constructed on a separate 4-inch force main that went underneath I-95. As part of that installation, they also included another 6-inch force main just beneath it. The 6-inch main was designed for the 615 future houses on New County Road, plus the 19 existing houses that were already out there that they presumed would be connected into this public infrastructure. The design flow is significantly greater than what Bedard is trying to propose out there. I mean, obviously, we'll need to go through the process, the full planning process. We'll need to coordinate with main water, water recovery, all the players that will be involved with this main extension. But it's something that we've been starting the conversations with recently. In addition, an extension of the water main was also included in this study, and based off of their calculations, it would not require the extension would not require the need for any booster pump stations or anything along those lines. So in our petition with the rezone, we explained our process in designing the potential development with the original West residential zone, and our intent would be to preserve Deep Brook and to avoid any disturbance of its habitat and the direct wetlands with the design. This would be in line with the comprehensive plan that asks to preserve the natural character of this area. Also, this area would provide for exercise opportunities through the utilization of the open space. I've had a couple of conversations with the applicant who unfortunately couldn't be here tonight, but the applicant is open to the idea of providing walk-in trails for the homeowners, but has concerns with providing any type of a physical crossing of the brook, mostly because of the environmental impacts of it, permitting, and just the general cost of spanning this relatively wide brook. And also avoiding the introduction of any additional foot traffic into the neighboring, the abutting neighborhood. In addition, with the smaller lot size, there is more potential for the development to include lower options for housing when compared to a larger estate lot where a large house could be constructed. With the smaller lots, it's harder to fit the 4 or 5 bedroom houses in the allowable footprint and could be developed for the generally starter home or smaller family home. So I guess in closing, we hope that you can consider the proposed zoning change, and so we can continue our process with the City Council. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Jim, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to bring a possible conflict of interest to the board. I don't think it's a conflict, but one of the abutters that in the 600-foot radius was my son, who owns a property on New County Road. So I'm bringing it to the board's attention so that the board can vote whether or not I can participate in this matter. Sorry. Is this better? Okay. So I had just said that my son is in the group of 600 feet around for notice purposes. I don't believe it constitutes a conflict of interest for me to participate in this matter. I think that would be something for the board to determine under the standard operating procedures that the board adopted in December. So I haven't heard anything from my son, either pro or con this particular application, so I have no prejudged thoughts on it in any way. So I'd ask the board to determine whether or not I can continue to participate.
All right, thank you, sir. Board members, any comments on the participation of Jim during this item?
I don't have an issue. We also have to ask the applicant too, I believe.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think it constitutes an issue. I have basically went through the same litmus test for another application tonight, so you'll be hearing from me later, but where he's not, I looked through it, and he's not a vested interest in the developer, nor his son, if his son's not employed by them.
No.
I don't really see that as being a bias or a conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Matt?
No, on my end.
All right. No objections by the board. Does the applicant have any objections?
Nope, that's fine with us.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Any additional questions for the applicant regarding their materials that they've presented?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Jeff.
So I guess I wanted a little bit more clarity. So during the construction for the Precious Hidden Estates, and they decided to invest in the turnpike crossing, the directional bore underneath the turnpike, they actually installed 2 force main conduits, right? So one of them was 4 inches, which handled all of the Precious Hidden Estates. So that one's currently being utilized as a force main.
Correct.
But somebody determined that they were going to put a second one, or probably cost savings. I guess I'm a little bit perplexed where the number of 600 plus units came from, because this has for a long time been on the radar of the rural conservation. It's kind of a no-go. They were using the 195 corridor as kind of the break where our rural zone was starting. Do you know, was it just a engineering firm that said, oh, well, we can give you the capacity to serve 600 houses, or did you get some sense from either department or planning? Maybe you're speaking out of turn. It was done before you. I'm not sure if it was your firm that did that.
It was done by CDM Smith, and it was done in 2016. So it was definitely well before Mr. Bedard even was thinking about the project. And what it looked like was they looked at the larger undeveloped parcels down along New County Road, not too far. I think they went about, I think it was about half a mile. I think it was 3,000 feet of sewer was what they were assuming. So it went about, there was some larger parcels further down the street. And then as part of that, they then took the amount of land, deducted out about 30% for roads, open space, things like that. Then they pretty much did an even calculation of if we got a minimum lot size of 15,000 square feet, how many lots can you, or houses can you get in this area, whether it's single family. I believe that's all they looked at, because it was just called out as houses. So I don't know.
So does that spare force main, that 6-inch force main that's installed, is that currently like a city asset? Has it been turned over to the city? Or would it be, in the event that your firm buys that out from the installer, kind of like in the electrical world, when the CMP does a line extension, if you pay for it and anybody wants to connect on after, they buy out their portion of their capacity that they'll be using?
So the 6-inch was installed to, obviously, across I-95 and then put into a public easement. I would be talking out of turn if I said that it has been turned over, but it is within a public easement that goes directly to New County Road. That may be a question I could follow up with. I guess it's something we're going to have to find out eventually we get into the rezone of, or not the rezone, the subdivision design. But the intent was for it to be a public main.
I guess my questions are all kind of leading to how now that that main is already a public main, and it's basically forcing you, because the infrastructure is there and you're within 1,500 feet, to go ahead and connect, which is the desired goal of that ordinance. If it is already city property, what does that mean for all these other lots? Because from, our point of view, or from, there's supposed to be, we're trying to find a delineated line where we temper down our residential growth, and that's what the rural conservation is all about. And, how do we try to maintain that if we're going to be kind of strong-held with this thing saying, hey, the utilities are there, we have to encourage development. And it's just something that I think I'm struggling with as a board, is that where do we use that defining line? The brook kind of worked that purpose before, and I was on, when we were doing the Zores committee, and this lot was kind of straight across. That was the brook, and as far as we went, and there was natural buffers for the brook for development, it made sense to draw the line there. But as you look at it now, if we keep going, where do we hold the next line to say, hey, we're going to decrease our residential development? And that's just kind of, I don't know what the implications of that sewer becoming a city asset creates for us. I mean, how do we say, yes, it makes logical sense for this lot to be, west residential, but the one next to it is still within 1,500 feet, and it's going to be RC. I'm just...
It appears that the way that the maps in this area seem to be lined up, it's all parcel line based, but again, I totally understand what you're trying to convey. From what I could see with that study from 2016, it did look like the lots they were looking at were actually beyond the Fenderson property. Mm-hmm. So again, like you said, the crossing underneath I-95 kind of did complicate that some with wanting to keep this as a rural conservation, but I think it could be a positive thing to be able to put some of these, I don't know the history, just from reading the 2016 report, there was a bunch of failing septic systems and things like that that were starting to creep up. Whether or not they were really looking at the 112 side or the Route 5 side, I can't really say one way or the other, but.
No, I respect there's an asset that's there. You guys see the opportunity, can make sense. The lot was originally zoned that before, so it would have all been, you wouldn't be standing before us if the Fendersons hadn't requested it for a solar project.
Right.
So I kind of understand all those pieces, but I wanted to know, what does it mean for the guy that buys the next parcel of the Fenderson property if the solar farm doesn't go in? It's where do we as a board kind of create some space? So that's my thoughts at this point. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Any other questions for the applicant from board members? Mr. Haskell, one question. How much frontage of this property, what's the frontage there on New County Road? And then with that, where would the connection be to this force main? I mean, I see it here on SK3. So the remaining area of the lot, how far is that to the edge of the property?
So it's about 750 feet to the edge of the property. That's even on the other side of Deep Brook. So then it continues along the frontage. I want to say we have it's right around 2,200, 2,300 linear feet across.
So from the curb cut on that sketch further down County Road, New County Road, that's about roughly 2,200 feet.
I think that
To
was
the
the
west.
total, was to go,
20.
I'm sorry, to go from Sancho Circle to where the primary road would come in. That would be right across from the Deep Brook Golf Course.
Sure.
That's about 2,000 feet.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to understand here, in part to Jeff's question, what's the remaining amount of property that, 1,500 square feet or 1,500 linear feet to the connection, and then what's the remaining land area left along your, the proposed property? If
Uh, be-
that's 100 feet or?
Yeah, I want to say it's 200 feet beyond that to the
Okay,
end of the actual property.
okay. All right, thank you. If there are no additional questions from board members for the applicant, we have advertised this evening as a public hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I move to open the public hearing for the Bedard Properties petition for rezoning of map 87, lot 17.
thank you, Jeff.
Second.
Second by Rob. Motion made and seconded to open a public hearing for this evening's agenda item for the Bedard Properties zoning map amendment request, map 87, lot 17. If any members of the public would like to speak this evening, please come up to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and please give us your thoughts.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, we
Can-
need
Can you
to
finish the
vote.
vote for us?
I'm
just so we
sorry.
get it?
Yeah, we didn't vote.
I'm sorry. Motion made and seconded. No additional discussion. Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Jim? Yes. I would vote yes as well. The public hearing is now open. Please come to the podium.
Thank you. Michael O'Brien, 8 Hillview Avenue, Saco. I have a question for the applicant. He continually said Santos Circle. I'm not familiar with that. I was wondering if you could answer. I see Sheila Circle on the map, but he kept indicating some other type of circle, and I'm not familiar with that. So if you guys could help, appreciate it.
All right, thank you. So what we'll do is we'll collect all the comments from the public, and we'll have the applicant or the board or the staff will address those and respond. So if anyone else would like to speak this evening.
Hi, my name is Norma Wright, and I live at 106 New County Road in Saco. And my concern is with city sewer and city water, how far west are they planning to go with those lines? Because I live just the other side of the road, next house over from the Fenderson Farm.
Okay.
I just want to know how far over they're going to go, because I'm going to tell you right now, I am not hooking up to city water and city sewer. I'm on a fixed income, and the last thing I need is 2 more bills.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Jeff Basnet, 22 Hillview Ave. I'll try to be brief. I think one of the main concerns I have and a lot of my neighbors have is the potential for a connector between Hillview and Sheila and New County Road. When this project came up and people were starting to talk, we looked up the documentation you guys have on the website, all the planning, the PDFs, the mapping, and we saw that Sheila Circle had, I don't know, 6 or 8 units there. And I don't think anybody is really concerned about that in Hillview because it was closed off, right? And we're not concerned about the foot traffic. But what we are concerned about, or at least I am, is the potential for that extending down to New County, and then that becoming a throughway from 5 up to 112. With the new on-ramp coming in, the exit and all the additional congestion there, if that becomes a way for people to drive from Route 5 up through there, it's going to kill the neighborhood. Hillview it's quiet, it's safe. People walk their dogs all the time. Everybody's out there enjoying it. I can't wait to take my kid out there with his bike. And if cars start flying up there more than they do now, it just becomes very, very unsafe. It's a huge draw for Halloween, and that may sound stupid for being one day of the year, but it's something that I think a lot of the people in the town love, and it's a party there. And if that becomes just a way for cars to get through, that's gone. You know, it just becomes an unsafe mess. You know, there may be other implications there. You know, Mr. Haskell, I think he's done a pretty good job explaining what he's doing so far. But, you know, we just want to kind of throw that out there. You know, if there is a potential for that, that's something that myself, a lot of other people really opposed to. I know the documentation on the website too, the original plan had Sheila Circle with the connector. And that's the document, you know, you guys have printed out here too. But in the docs on the website, there was a revision to that too, where, you know, the plan changed a bit and they were keeping, you know, the wooded area to Sheila Circle intact, and there was going to be no more connector. I thought that was the most up-to-date one compared to what I'm seeing a lot of people holding. Maybe that's something to explore. I don't know what the current plan is for that, but yeah, I think that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher Ayers. I live at 22 Sheila Circle. We've been there for, well, since 2007. We're the lucky two houses that the 50-foot right-of-way is going to go in between. There's roughly about 80 feet between the two houses now, so it's going to be tight. My son, in preparation for this, decided he wanted to speak first. So this is Duncan Ayers, and he's 9 years old.
Hello, my name is Duncan Ayers, and I am 9 years old. And I also go to St. James School, and I am the third grade class representative. Sometimes people will have friends in other neighborhoods, and with all this getting built, there will be more traffic. Therefore, we will have to take several weeks for just one play date, when we already have dozens. So help me if you want several childhoods to be happy. One of my favorite memories from this year was my birthday party in November, when all my neighborhood friends plus their parents were able to come celebrate. Please don't support this change. Please don't support this change. It would change my neighborhood, plus our ability to play with each other very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan.
He put that speech together in the back in the last 15 minutes. So I guess I just have a couple concerns. And I'm new to this zoning and, you know, and the different parliamentary procedures that you guys are practicing, but I'm going to try to muddle through it. So first of all, the zoning change, I guess it looked like on the website that there was a lot of effort put towards, you know, rezoning the Fenderson property, that there were studies done, and I may be wrong. You know, you rezoned, which is fine. The solar farm has gone in. Now he's peeled off a piece of this property, and, you know, Bedard has bought it at probably a pretty decent price. I guess my concern is what has changed in terms of the zoning. I mean, it was still decided that it was going to be, you know, conservative or whatever, WC or whatever it was, and now it's just going to be changed to, you know, West Residential. It just doesn't make sense. If the city decides to move in that direction, I would just ask that you know, do due diligence. I mean, you need to come out and see the property. I think we've all seen over the last, you know, 5-6 years that weather patterns have changed. You know, we've had 2 incredible storms in the last month, and I would attest that that entire area from Sheila Circle to Deep Brook, and I can't say beyond because I don't walk that area that much, is all wetland. You cannot walk 100 feet in July in one direction and not have wet feet. The vegetation is wetland vegetation. The soil content is wetland soil. It's a wetland ecosystem. It just doesn't make sense to disturb that for 6 lots. And I mean, to echo the last gentleman's point, I guess I understand that there's several code requirements that would prevent Route 5 and 112 from connecting at this point, but you get that close, and the next developer, or your proceeding, or over the course of the next 10 years, those code requirements get peeled back and erode. And I mean, we've all seen it. I think it's just not a good idea, because if you were to connect those two roads, you would destroy an amazing neighborhood where, kids play in the street, basketball games are played in the street, people are walking dogs and chatting. I mean, I know all of my neighbors, and I just, regardless of whether I'm here in 10 years or 15 years or whatever, my family, I just would like to preserve that. I've raised 3 children there, and it's an amazing neighborhood, and I would ask that we're, at least in this side of Hillview Heights, we're fundamentally against any kind of development between, Hillview and Deep Brook. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mark Boissonneau, 36 Hillview Avenue. I share the same concerns as Mr. Bazinet, as he spoke before. I just want to be clear that our biggest concern is being a throughway from Route 5 to 112. And the reason why I have such a concern is that back in the early 1960s, when Hillview Avenue finished its first phase, there were no sidewalks. And today we have 3 entrances to our neighborhood. 1, Hillview Avenue Extension, no sidewalks. 2, Hillview Avenue. From Hillview Avenue, the address from 8 to 22, no sidewalk. Wendy Way, the only entrance to our neighborhood that has a complete sidewalk. So my concern is this throughway, 8 o'clock in the morning, kids are walking to school, and these cars are rushing through to get from Route 5 to 112. That's my biggest concern. Thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Paul Christian. I live at 21 Hillview Avenue. Lived there for over 20 years. And I just want to second what Jeff had said before, and also point out again that the lack of sidewalks. If you come to Hillview Avenue, you come to the neighborhood, almost any time of the day, there's people walking dogs. There's kids walking dogs if they're not in school. And my house is one of those houses where there is no sidewalk. And again, that's our biggest concern is the traffic. If it ever connected with Route 5, it would make the neighborhood, which is a safe neighborhood now, a dangerous neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Aline Scott, I live at 46 Hillview Avenue. This is the first time I've had opportunity to see this detailed. I guess this is the most current version. And my concerns, in addition to what was said by the others, a potential for there to be a street running all the way through Hillview to New County Road, is this lot 14, 15, and 16 on the diagram. Looks like they're in marked in the areas that's a wetland by the diagram. And that just raises concerns in my mind that those 3 lots, and it looks like those 3 lots are what is why this connecting street is being planned to go to Sheila Circle. It looks like the other lots have entrance from New County Road. So I think my big concern perhaps is just with lot 14, 15, and 16, because that's what seems to be the reason for a street, just for 3 lots. But it raises all sorts of potential concerns. Once that's open, what else could happen? And I was just walking through there today, past Sheila Circle up Waycott, and right now where that street proposes, it's all woods. So if nothing else is going to be clear cut to clear that all out, and that'll, I'm sure, make a big change, particularly for the houses right next door, but it just changes the whole end of the neighborhood. And so anyway, I concur with what has been said by the others, and I raise question as maybe the issue is why is lot 14, 15, and 16 needed for this development.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kelly Archer, 185 Bradley Street. I have read the amendment application with supporting documents to the clerk, its preliminary application, all links, and reviewed the relevant council videos, and will comment on the following. I'm going to skip up for just a moment because I've been listening to the previous people. It is my understanding of reading all these documents that the preliminary layout had 16 single-family lots. With the WR district, the new layout was 29 single-family lots, which 23 were to Route 5 and 6 to Sheila Drive, Hillview Heights area. Since that time, it is my understanding that the applicant has removed that connection, and now I'm seeing 27. I'd like to have a little bit more understanding about that, but I do not believe that there is any connector that is going to Hillview Heights with the revision. Please correct me. Now to get back to my rewritten one. As listed in the packet's overview recap and the planner's comment to access video in the 117 Planning Board packet, I trust that you all have viewed the Council's January 8th Council meeting's new business review video concerning the Council's very careful preliminary and historical deliberations concerning this petition for a zoning map amendment filed by Mr. Bedard, referencing its repetitive zoning petitions over 15 years, sprawl, long-term impacts, potential growth impacts with no smart growth plan in place, a flawed zoning ordinance GIS map, inaccurate tax cards, etc. As a former ZORS member, this area had lengthy conversation, and it did include the solar energy system. However, the focus was on the rural conservation, environmental, and farm operations with absolutely no opportunity for sprawl to occur. As a realtor, I remain concerned that the city still has flawed zoning ordinance GIS map and inaccurate tax cards, which unaware buyers have purchased the property only to find out that their vision cannot be fulfilled. I witnessed it multiple times in the Historic Preservation and Planning Board applications, and it continues this day, as in Mr. Bedard's August 15th, 2023 purchase. It remains a buyer beware, and solely remains the buyer's risk in purchasing. Only the official zoning map should be included in one's due diligence, and I am perplexed when a seasoned developer considers anything else. As many know, I am a fan of historic records and reports. However, I disagree with a very archaic sewer and water infrastructure expansion plan report that was prepared for the City of Saco and Maine Water Company in February of 2016. The stated purpose of this report was to serve as a roadmap for sensible expansion of sewer and water utilities on the west side of the Maine Turnpike to support that development when it occurs. Since it is listed in the documents, I will be suggesting that the council update this report to current conditions. I do believe that this report is archaic, and blessings for the applicant to bring this up and the packet. However, this one should not be even considered, in my opinion. In closing, the ZORS committee was formed to reduce zoning districts and minimize contract zones, along with streamlining the ordinances. Over 6 figures and thousands of hours have been vetted in this process. It was eventually forced to rush it to council with subsequent amendments ready to go in the wings. I am against this petitioner's request to amend the zoning map. This is a rural conservation zone for many reasons and is in the best interest for the City of Saco and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's David Martell. My residence is at 35 Douglas Avenue. And so I, as well as many other folks here this evening, would feel the impact of opening up the Sheila Circle area to a development off of Route 5. And I just wanted to express that concern. I think there's a lot of implications. One that needs to be considered is the quality of life that's going to be affected within the folks that live there. As it is, there are points in the year where, especially in the spring or the summer season, when there are motorcyclists that come through the development, and Douglas Avenue is probably the largest, or I should say the longest single straightaway without any stop signs. So at times, there's definitely abuse. I can't imagine what it would be like with the opening of Sheila Circle and the additional traffic that's coming in. And I'm not even sure how well that could be projected at this point in time without further studies, that at least maybe there have been, but I'm not aware of any. And what I mean by that is when you consider the changes that have gone on with the new turnpike entrance and the additional red light that has yet to be functional, there's implications that haven't been realized as of yet. So there's a lot to consider. And I would just urge, due diligence to be sure that it's fully understood, the implications. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Holly LeBlanc, 19 Hillview Ave. Thank you for this. I just wanted to echo the thoughts of my neighbors. I know that it appears the Sheila Circle has been taken out. However, since we are going through having a new exit put in next door to our neighborhood, we know that our voices weren't heard then. It's going to be very easy in 6 months, 2 years, once that's open, when there is a light at the end of Hillview, for somebody to come in and say, it would just be easier to open this up again. I think we need to really consider the zoning laws today and the impact that it's going to have tomorrow, and evaluate what's going to happen once the highway's open, once the lights are all in. You can't make a decision without those things being done, because you don't know the impact that it's going to have on the neighborhoods or on the kids. We are next to a school. My concern with the highway was the kids that walk to and from school. It is going to be the same with you rezoning this. And if they need to put a throughway in 2 years, is the students are still going to be walking to and from the school. And everybody knows when we're on our way to work and we're running late, you've got a million things going on. I think it just would be smart if we think through it and remember why we zoned it the way we zoned it originally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donna Sewell, and I live at 12 Sheila Circle. I just wanted to add a little note regarding my concern, with there being a connection between Route 5 and Hillview. Because we're so close to the middle school, there is no bus service. But I know we live at Sheila Circle, and, that's a pretty long, ways for my children. My kids are older, but they used to have to walk to middle school because there's no bus service provided. And as aforementioned, previously, a lot of the neighborhood doesn't have sidewalks. And even the sidewalks that there are, we happened to notice before this even came up, that after one of the storms in the middle of the day, they were starting to go through to do the sidewalks. Those sidewalks aren't cleared or there's no sidewalks, the kids have nowhere to walk but in the road to get to the middle school because no bus service is provided. You make that a throughway, you've got these middle school kids being forced to walk in the road and all this traffic coming through. That's a very dangerous potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Annie O'Neill. I'm at 21 Sheila Circle, so I'm at the other side of where they proposed, or I don't know if it's proposed or not, cut through. So I've got a whole list of things, and Emily, I had a conversation with you on the phone, so it's nice to meet you. I have more questions than questions, I guess, and comments. I think the biggest concern that I have is that when I talked to Emily and asked if anybody had walked the property or come down there, she had said no. And I at 21 Sheila Circle, I'm up on a knoll, so I'm kind of like the neighborhood watch person, so I get to see all the activity that goes on all day long. And also, we've got that circle, and there's just kids and people everywhere. And it's one of those neighborhoods also that if you're driving a car, people look at you like, why are you driving the car on the road? Like, it's that kind of neighborhood. It's more the people on the road, not the cars. Like, I don't know what road I was going down where it was, I don't know if it was Jenkins but there was a sign up that said, we share the road with bikes and people. And I'm like, yeah, that's really great planning. But our neighborhood really is about the people and what's going on there. Also, if you had walked the property, we just had those two storms. The brook literally comes up to the edge of my property. Literally comes up in these last two storms. And I think, Dave, yours, it came up, yeah. And so I don't think you have any idea, like, the water that's back there. At the edge of my property, even in the hottest summers, my feet are soaked. So I echo Chris Ayers' comment about it's very wet land. The other thing I don't think you know is that within the last month, I had a moose that was up at my window that came up in my backyard, which I don't know where the heck that thing came from. Also, there were 2 deer that were at the edge of the driveway. I have a buck that comes and visits because we have gardens, vegetable gardens, so I guess they're looking for a snack. After a snowstorm, there's all kinds of creatures that are running across. I don't really know what's out there. But there's a lot of wildlife out there, and the ecosystem is quite amazing. So I think that the idea that this land was rural conservation makes perfect sense to me based on my experience in my own backyard as a human, and I have all these creatures that are visiting. I also don't understand how you can do an evaluation and an assessment and then a group of unqualified people can flip that and make a decision and say, now it's residential. Because I would imagine that there's a lot of data that shows why something needs to be rural. And so that's really confusing to me. So I would like somebody at some point to explain that to me. How do you flip? And I think at the very least, if you're gonna flip, that you do a reevaluation, because I understand that the city of Saco paid for that. I don't know that that's the truth, but that's what I understand. I also took the time to look at the principles for the comprehensive plan. So if I look at this and I say this provides a variety of housing options. I don't see that we're doing anything different than single-family homes. I don't think Saco is responsible to solve the housing problem in the state of Maine. I think we have our share, but I do think we need to think about, what are other options than just continued single-family homes, because what that does is it equals traffic. And if you have taken the time to drive up and down from Saco Middle School to Industrial Park Road, it's insane. And the sidewalks end at Saco Middle School. And it's not, I walk that all the time, so it's just really not safe as it is. And now we're gonna put that turnpike entrance in. I'm not really sure what it's gonna look like. Also, when kids go to Saco Middle School on their bikes, when they hit Hillview Extension, they're coming down that hill pretty fast. And they have hit cars. Cars are trying to get out of there, and the bikes hit the car. So I think there also has to be some, regardless of what this decision is made with what's happening with the turnpike, I think there probably needs to be some relook at that. So you might want to put that one on your list too. The other thing is that all things lead back to 112. So you put this on the other side, they're going to have to access Chattagee, right? They're going to have to do, I think, Loudon Road and then Smutty. I think those are the throughways. That's also going to put pressure on Franklin Street and Garfield, but you can't get through to 112. That's been rerouted. So that's what's going to put pressure on all these streets, and everything comes back to 112. And if you've been out there, and that's what I worry about, you're making decisions, and have you experienced what we experience? So I just think that's something that's important. So back to my point, provide a variety of housing options. This is not a variety. Design connected mobility systems. Everybody in mind, expanding options to walk, bike, or use transit. Well, the land as it is today as conservation, it does allow for walking and biking. And the kids at Saco Middle have done an amazing job putting paths. I don't know if you've been back behind Saco, but they have paths. They've done I think there's an active group that actually works on that and has done those enhancements. And I can hear them during the day when I'm outside. I can hear them laughing and having fun. People walk their dogs through those woods. Again, if you had experience with that you would know that. And the other is grow our environmental stewardship, preserving and protecting our natural built legacies and combining to green practices that reduce our environmental impact. I can't even imagine making a decision to turn this back to residential, given that principle. Promote health and well-being. Putting housing in there is going to take away from that. It is walkable now. I don't necessarily see what putting a road and additional housing is going to do there. And building resilience. I don't think this is adapting to the future. I don't think it's protecting the community. I don't think it's protecting the land. I don't think it's being a good steward of the land. So if I step back and assess that, it violates 5 of the 9 principles for the comprehensive plan. And the last thing that I just don't understand, so I'm guessing that Mr. Bernard bought this land as conservation land. Is that correct?
As conservation?
Yes. No, it wasn't conservation. You mean rural conservation? Yes, at the time.
The property right now is rural conservation.
Yes, but when he bought it, was it rural conservation?
That is how it is now.
When he bought it, was it rural conservation? It's a yes or no question?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I understand is also what happens with rural conservation is that there's a different tax structure for that. And that what I also understand is that when he sold the land, it would probably have less value than residential zoning. So he got it at a good price. So his eyes were wide open when he bought this land as rural conservation. So he knew what he was getting into. And so that has a concern for me. So if he knew that, and then he had an expectation that you're going to take conservation land and flip it to residential land, this whole thing has, it just has a bad smell to it, and it lacks integrity. And I have like a huge concern about that. So if he knew, then why did he buy it, and then has the expectation that we flip it? And the last thing is the public safety issue that everybody is echoing, that what it would create in terms of traffic, putting that kind of cut through. And I don't know, I didn't really understand the water conversation, but the water pressure, we're at the end of the line, and you can't take a shower and wash your dishes at the same time in Saco. And I believe there's multiple homes that, and I had the water company come over. They offered me a pump, but I would have had to pay $2,000 to hook up the pump, to put it in. So we're at the end of the line there. So I just want to echo that if there's any connection from Sheila Circle for the public sewer and water, I don't know if that's going to still be a problem, if it's going to get better or worse, or what exactly is going to happen. So in conclusion, I think, vehemently, I think this is just it's really the wrong thing to do. I would strongly urge you, before you make a decision, to do a reevaluation of the land, to do a reassessment, to make sure, because I don't know what's changed from going conservation to now. And I think that if you're going to do that, you owe it to all of us to say, yes, we've got this cleared by a scientist, they've done the assessment, they've done the work, and we think it's safe for the environment to be able to do that. The other thing is that I would really appreciate it if the decision makers would get themselves down. Are you on your computer? Okay, well, I would really appreciate it if you just listened to me for a minute.
Ma'am, I am listening to you.
Okay.
I'm looking at the map to understand your question.
Okay, great, thank you.
This is not a discussion.
Okay.
It's your.
I just would appreciate you listening, that's all.
Yep, we're
It's-
listening.
I've got two
it's-
ears, two eyes.
Yeah.
You can use them both.
Yes, well, I would really appreciate it if you'd listen.
Yep, we're listening.
So, so two things. One is that you do a reevaluation of the property, that property, before you flip that decision, if you decide to flip that decision. And the other thing is to experience what's going on down there. So if you haven't walked through Deep Brook, there's paths that you can walk through and experience that. And then you can experience the neighborhood and see what is there and how we live. And then I think you'll understand that putting any kind of road through there to break open that neighborhood. And you can say that, oh, we're not going to connect it to Route 5, but once you open that door, it's going to be pretty hard to close. And it'll be a constant fight, but it's just not a safe thing to do. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I interject?
Yes.
Just to make sure that we're just following our public hearing guidelines, do you want us to do what the time limit to make sure we can hear everyone and keep an eye on that?
Yeah, I was just going to readdress that, Emily, to remind the public that we do typically limit each speaker 5 minutes, and then if the board wishes, reintroduce a member of the public for some additional time, just make sure everyone gets a chance to speak. I have been allowing a little bit more, but just to remind the folks here that we want to make sure everyone has time to speak. Please.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
One other point. Can we remind the public that it's not a discussion and a Q&A session?
We
but
can.
It's the time for them to express their opinions and for us to take notes and understand.
We can, sure.
And we have 2 ears and 2 eyes.
Sure. So, to Rob's concern here, just remind, we welcome all our comments, and we take them. We're collecting notes. We will address them. We'll have an opportunity with the applicant to answer some of these questions, additional board member discussion, and we'll continue the process forward. But yes, we'll receive comments, questions, concerns, and we'll have an opportunity to respond back to everyone.
Can I go?
Go ahead.
All right, my name is Deborah Christian, and I live at 21 Hillview Avenue. And we've lived there, my husband Paul already spoke, we have lived there for over 20 years. And it's a remarkable neighborhood, a kind of neighborhood that people had 50 years ago, where people knew each other, they waved at each other, you knew each other's dogs' names, and you knew what was going on with their kids. And this proposal would vastly change that for the worse. In addition to changing the quality of the neighborhood, I also was thinking that if there's a throughway to our now kind of closed neighborhood, the property values would decrease. Now, this is not a wealthy neighborhood. It's not a gated community. There's many different kinds there's very different houses from small to larger, but it's a very desirable neighborhood. And if this proposal goes through, I can imagine that the taxes that the city would receive would go down. Because our property values would go down. And also the environmental issues are also a concern. And I take offense at the comment about reminding people that, it's not a discussion. I think that my neighbor, Annie, only wanted to be sure that the council was listening. So I just want to make a comment about that. And that's it. I'll be off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Jen McDonald. I live at 6 Waycott Way. So I am the last house before you get to Sheila, right around the circle. I want to also say that I agree safety is a huge concern. My 7-year-old son plays with Duncan. He actually rode his go-kart from my driveway to Duncan's house for his birthday party that he talked about. It's the type of neighborhood where you sit on your porch, you play with your kids, you watch your kids ride their bikes on the street. Opening that up would not allow for them to do that. In that cul-de-sac, they play basketball, they play hockey. There's actually painted spots for kickball. That would all be gone. One other comment just to note is that I had a conversation with a coworker of mine today talking about coming here, and he lives in Dayton. He made the comment, oh good, if there's a throughway, I can cut to work going this way. That's an out of city, that's someone who lives out of the city. So we'd have other towns to be also thinking about going through, causing more traffic. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm David Matakoviak. I live at 19 Sheila Circle. I can't add a lot to more than what these people have already said. I kind of ride the fence here because prior to retirement, I was in the construction industry. So I understand the desire to build homes. And I see the progression from SK1 to SK2 to SK3. And it looks like SK3, they're trying to avoid or eliminate the connector into Sheila Circle. That's all fine and good, but these are not the final plans. And secondly, this will open the door for some extensions at some point to get from Route 5 over to 112. I don't know if it would go through Hillview Heights or not, but anything that would lead over from Route 5 to 12 would have to completely be eliminated from the Hillview area, or it's going to be a real disaster. I can't add any more to that than what other people have said about the nice, quiet neighborhood and the people that walk the streets and things. So, thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gary Gilbert. I live at number 8 Sheila Circle. And looking at the plan like this, it builds some comfort level if there's only going to be 6 lots, 3 lots coming off of Sheila Circle, and then that other neighborhood. But I want to speak to, what's going to happen 10, 15 years down the road. Because if we look to the left of this map where there's all open land, if I'm a developer and I'm looking at that land and how to increase the value of it, if I do make a connector over to Sheila Circle and I can sell those lots as a way to get to the turnpike easily, the value of those go up. So what I'm really thinking about here, and I have walked that area a lot. I walk my dogs back there, my neighbor's dog back there, bring them back nice and muddy because it is very, very wet out there. I can't imagine, building a house there and thinking that the basement's going to stay dry when it rains. But my point is, years from now, someone else is going to think, I'm going to buy more land, I'm going to come down this road here, and I'm going to connect over to Sheila Circle. I'm going to be able to sell those lots. A lot of folks in this neighborhood are talking about, we don't have sidewalks. Well, if I'm a developer, it's like, fine, I'll put in sidewalks for you. I'll do this for you. But it does change, of course, the value of the neighborhood. It changes the feel of the neighborhood. I bought in the neighborhood because it's a dead end. That's why I bought it. I understand, the motivation for progress. I understand the motivation for increase of tax base. But to buy this chunk of land, it's zoned one way and expect that the council's going to change it so it benefits that one company, that one entity, whoever it is, great, they build houses, they make money. How many other people does it hurt? Not if that connects, but when. Because it's prime. You take a look at the road coming out of Sheila Circle. It's got those 2 little bumps there. What's that for? That's for a future expansion. We've got an empty lot here between 7 and 11. So I imagine it would be pretty expensive to connect those. But at some point, someone's going to say it's worth it. I'm going to buy more land. I'm going to connect that. I'm going to put in the money. Doesn't matter how much money it is. At some point, it's going to be worth it to do it. And that's what I'm concerned about. What's going to happen down the road when I probably don't even live there anymore. So, all right, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Robert Guillory. I live at 14 Hillview. So you can probably guess what I'm going to say. It's been the parade. The only different perspective I can add to what everyone else says, which is, yes, it is wonderful neighborhood. Everybody walks their dogs. They walk. It's quiet. Is that I lived for 10 years on Skyline Drive in one of those duplexes over there from 88 to 98. And I knew and that was the thorough way from, Boom Road over to Route 112. So I know what it's like to live on that throughway there. And I'm sure there's a lot more traffic now than there was back when I lived there. So I just wouldn't want to see that happen. I see that traffic on Industrial Park Road every night, the rush hour traffic. And man, even with the new turnpike exit, if you're taking a right, if there's a connection there, the next logical left would be onto Hillview, right over to, New County Road. So I'd hate to see that happen. And I know they can say, we'll never do that connection and have it through, but you can't ever say never, so that's my only concern. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Inga Brown. I live at 161 Simpson Road in the Rural Conservation District. I just want to add my voice as someone who lives in the RC zone. I continue to be concerned about sprawl. I would like to ask that the planning board consider this request very carefully. And I think that this area has been discussed in many other propositions, and as I believe it was Mr. Brochu brought forward, where is the line? And where do we stop? And if we continue in this trend, I'm a big fan of our comprehensive plan. We did pay a lot of money for this plan. This plan is approved by the state of Maine. And when I look at the rural conservation description, of course, as you know, it calls out the idea that this area is to be preserved, the least developed parts of Saco, including farmland and tree-covered areas. However, it is susceptible to sprawl. And as this community talks about smart growth, and we are feeling tremendous, catastrophic pressures of climate change, the rural conservation zone becomes the protected area that continues to provide Saco with the land and the water and the carbon and the forests that protects all of Saco, wherever you live. So I'm very concerned about the line and where are we going to draw the line. And if the water gets extended, and then there's another subdivision, and another subdivision, then we've lost sight of what we're really doing. And so I would ask that the comprehensive plan inform your discussion very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Marshall Archer. One Way Cut Way. I always come look this way, so it's an interesting perspective. I want to be crystal clear and make sure that the minutes notes is that I'm speaking as a citizen. I'm a butter of this property. I'm on the list. And I don't want to repeat what my neighbors have already mentioned. I want to respect your time, but I want to bring a different perspective. If you look at the document in which it's telling you that was sent to us, the letter sent to us where it shows the area that's being considered, I now want to connect you with how much time, resource the city spent with the initial rezoning a few years ago. We had paid, to my knowledge, a couple $100,000 to create the zoning map that we currently have. We hired experts. We used hundreds of hours of staff time, maybe more, I don't know. But significant investment from the city was to create our zoning map that we currently have. A couple years ago, the Fendersons, they successfully argued to council, and I'm only speaking on behalf of myself and how I handled it. They successfully argued to the council that they should not have been considered for West Residential. They were a farm. They wanted to bring in I was aware of the solar panels. They wanted to protect the area. They wanted to keep the area as rural conservation, my apologies. We need to think that. I voted to change it I initially voted to bring it to West Residential. It was successfully argued to me, and my vote happened because they argued successfully the reason why it needs to be rural conservation. I voted yes for that, recognizing that this land now needs to be protected. There was no, and this may be on me, but I never thought about the property being split. I know it can happen, but I wasn't thinking of it at that time. I look at the planning board, I look at you all as members, as colleagues, and I don't usually speak to you because I respect your role within city processes. This time, it just happens to be personal. I'm in a butter. I see you as the protector of the future. You make the decisions that guide what our city will look like in the next 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years. I grew up on Ferry Road. It doesn't look the same. I lost all the trails I played on. Many people have talked about what the comp plan and all that is. It is there, and the reasons why you should make, when you make your decisions, that you take that into consideration. We need to protect our rural conservation. Ward 1, Ward 2, it's our only real farmland left. Out on Route 1, we're losing that to development. We understand it's actually targeted, it's on a major road. This is your chance to continue to save the vision of the future the way you see it 10, 15 years out. Now, I say that, 10, 15 years, we can do another ZORS committee. We can relook at what the needs of the future are, but at this time it was clear, based on all of the recommendations by consultants, recommendations by staff, recommendations from our volunteers, people that were part of the ZORS committees and other long-range planning committees, that we are trying to protect this area. This is the time to continue to protect that area. When I think of the applicant for this project, I hold no harm, but they're hedging a bet. They bought a property saying, I'm going to hedge the bet that I can change the city's mind. They can still develop it. That's not the concern. They can still put houses on this property. It's just not to look like West Residential, but that of the rural conservation. That is all I have, and I do thank you for your time. I also thank you for volunteering. I know the work that you do, and I just wanted to put that out there to let you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to the board. Any immediate thoughts or questions, or would we like to hear from the applicant on some of these questions?
Mr. Chair, I think it would be appropriate that we ask the applicant to come back up and try to address some of the questions. We'll just kind of pause the public hearing in case we decide to continue on, but I think it would be a good time to hear a little bit more details of the concerns of the neighbors.
Sure. I agree. I also wanted to maybe bring to light some of what we're doing here. So, as Councilor Archer had stated, we have before us a zoning amendment request. So, while the applicant has done a lot of due diligence and provided some documentation and a lot of verbiage here, the plans before us, from my understanding, are conceptual designs based on what the applicant has put together based on the zoning. These are by no way, regardless of how the board votes or provides a recommendation, this is not set in stone. What we see here are just initial thoughts and concepts. If the project or any project that's before the board has much more work to be done in reviewing an application if one is presented. So just sort of some background on how the process works. These are concepts, they're just thoughts, but this is, tonight before us is zoning. It's not subdivision review, it's not site plan review or anything like that. So I just wanted to hopefully help the members here understand that. With that, if the applicant would like to come up, a few of the items here, maybe touch upon the water and sewer. I know some of these questions, a lot of the questions come from concern in the Sheila Circle, Hillview area, but maybe if you could explain some of the water and sewer. Again, while none of this is part of the zoning review, but maybe to help shed some clarity in some of the members of the public here.
Any part particular? I mean, in 2016, they did have a plan pulled together that did show potential extensions of the public infrastructure
From Route 5.
along Route 5. So it's
Along
going,
Route 5.
going underneath I-95 and going along Route 5, probably several thousand feet up the road even from where we're proposing to rezone it.
Sure. So part of the discussion we've had this evening has been specific to utility connections along Route 5, nothing specific from Sheila Circle or anything like that. That's not part of our initial discussion this evening.
Yes, correct. There would be, the plan would be to extend the public infrastructure up Route 5. At one point, we did look at making connections to Sheila Circle because of the utilities, but because of, after going through, taking a site walk of the property, crossing Deep Brook was going to be a very expensive way to do it, and based off of conversations with the city, the infrastructure, as I believe it was actually noted, it's at its capacity, and making that connection wouldn't be something we'd want to be able to overtax what was already there in Hillview Heights.
Sure.
So what we're looking at doing is running a force main and a water main up Route 5, up into the property, and making the connection to the 6-inch force main that was installed underneath I-95.
Okay, thank you. And then, could you briefly maybe touch upon the items here of the sketches and these sort of thoughts that you've presented in the plans that the residents are seeing here, sort of SK1, 2, and 3 here?
Yep, and to clarify that, I kind of regret actually putting those in there, but I also wanted to show the process that we have gone through to make it apparent that we need to rezone this to make this project viable, but also to make it a project that would be a benefit to the city. The first one is showing kind of using the existing zoning that's out there. There's the same amount of road with less lots, but would still require, because we're within a certain distance of the public infrastructure, we'd still have to run the public infrastructure into the property. And to make the project feasible, we'd have to be looking at doing the actual connection to Sheila Drive to get the additional lots to make the project work. The next one was looking at maximizing the property, but at the same time, we were trying to keep a lot size of at least a half an acre. Mostly that was a recommendation from Mr. Bedard. He wanted a little bit more, the larger lots, so that everything's not to the minimum lot size standard, but obviously that did require, to get a certain number of lots, did require the Sheila Circle connection. After conversations with city and the fact that Hillview Heights the infrastructure in Hillview Heights is pretty taxed out right now, we've kind of decided that making that road connection off of Sheila Circle would be a little bit over the top for the infrastructure that's there, so we wanted to focus our efforts on the western side of Deep Brook, which brought it to the final one, which we reduced the size of the lot size from a half an acre, which is 22,000 square feet more or less, to 15,000, which is the minimum lot size for the West Residential, to get the number of lots and that we're looking that the applicant is looking for to be able to make this main extension. We needed to reduce the lot size, but we also understood that unless we were to run public utility infrastructure underneath Deep Brook or upgrading the system in Hillview Heights, making that connection probably didn't make much sense. So And we also, kind of the layout that I have right now, obviously, like you were saying, this is not set in stone. I mean, but with the lot layout as it is right now, it actually makes it so that there can't be really a connection to Hillview Heights because there's lots all along that side of the road that would make that connection. I can't say that the first time I saw this, I actually grew up going to Hillview Heights during the summer. I had some good friends that were there, and their parents took care of me during the summer. And playing in the neighborhood, definitely didn't want to make any type of a connection between Route 5 and 112 if we could, or even into the Hillview Heights neighborhood. And I think the layout as it is right now kind of preserves the character of Deep Brook. And I don't know, it's not really noticeable on this scale right now, but the floodplain is marked on there. So we've been keeping all the building envelopes out of the floodplain, which isn't, the delineation isn't, as a lot of the flood maps aren't really accurate, but we even took the overestimated floodplain delineation and tried to keep the building windows away from getting anywhere within the floodplain. So we do, hopefully everyone understands that we have taken that into account with this design, and the fact that we're trying not to make any type of a connection between Route 5 and Hillview Heights, primarily because of the crossing. It would be probably a good 45-foot span, not to mention the amount of permitting that would be required, and probably denial because it's so close to Route 5. FEMA probably would have concerns with approving any type of a structure within the floodplain through here. And just the fact that this area, just being out there and seeing the delineation of the wetlands, which have already been done, and the size of the floodplain through there, it's not something that I think Mr. Bedard would ever care to venture to cross. Again, I understand that everyone, you never know what happens down the line, but I know that Mr. Bedard has voiced that several times, that he doesn't want to make that connection.
Sure, thank you. So just sort of a quick recap. Sketch 1 is based on the rural conservation zone, based on the potential there, no connection as part of this concept, no connection from Route 5 through Hillview out to 112. Sketch 2 is based on West Residential, some lots off of Sheila, again, no connection from Route 5 to 112. And then the final sketch concept here is based on West Residential, only lots access from Route 5.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great, thank you. I believe, board members, that,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Did you say that the first drawing was based on rural conservation current zoning rules?
yes, sir, that's my understanding.
So at that point, if we were to not approve this zoning change, he could build that the way that looks, correct?
If there is no change to the zoning.
And it stays rural
and it stays
conservation.
rural, the applicant
Can do
he could present this to the board
Correct.
for review.
And it would fit within the zoning, current zoning.
It would meet it appears at first
Yeah.
glance to meet the
Right,
zoning.
without going in great deep, yeah.
Correct, yes. Again, that's sort of why I was specific about this conceptual presentation. Does not provide, allude, or allow in this concept for discussion this evening any connection from Route 5 to 112.
And we understand there's definitely going to be back and forth with the board on the design of this, and obviously the stormwater side of everything is also going to be something that we're going to be taking into account, which is going to have to meet the main DEP standards, the city standards, which will include flooding control and stormwater treatment. So the water coming off the development will be definitely cleaned up before it and cooled down before it gets into the brook.
Correct. Board members, are there any other notes that anyone else has that I may have missed?
Oh, and actually to clarify one thing, that
Yes, please.
Sancho Circle, it's actually Sancho Drive. It's it's the main street that comes off of Route 5 going into the Precious.
Sure, towards the east.
Yes.
Yes. Opposite side of Route 5. Thank you. Jeff, yes.
Do you happen to know what size water main there is on Route 5 that you would be tying into for your subdivision?
We'd be tying into an 8-inch, it's an 8-inch main out there now. I believe it's terminated with a fire hydrant. We've got to talk with, I've tried getting in touch with Maine Water. The 2016 plan, based off of the potential 700-something houses, did recommend upsizing that from an 8-inch to a 12-inch. But again, it's something that we need to sit down with Maine Water and actually get a realistic estimate on what size main that would need to be.
Okay.
So it would be able to extend fire services and everything along the stretch.
Well, kind of getting to the point where we know that 112 has long suffered with water pressure issues, and anytime we can typically create a loop system, we can help mitigate some of those losses. That would be one benefit of connecting through, but obviously cost prohibitive going across the brook to make it there. One of the things that I always find is Maine Water is they'll give you a letter of capacity to serve, but I always like to ask, because we hear this a lot on the board, is the pressure. They might have capacity, but there's no pressure. So oftentimes I like to ask for a plotted pressure study. That way we can actually see how the performance of the system is. But I'm just kind of pointing out that there could be a benefit of connecting through, typically to a subdivision that's suffering because all the utilities, water and wastewater on Sheila are at capacity currently, correct?
Yeah. But I didn't want to bring it up in front of them.
Okay.
But no, it would be definitely something that I'm sure Maine Water will bring up. And then it'll just have to be discussions of costs at that point, because then it would be burial beneath Deep Brook, and then the studies that go along with that as well.
Thank you, Jeff. Any additional thoughts or questions from the board? As a reminder, the public hearing is still open. So if the board wishes to hear further from the public, we can.
I've got a question maybe for Emily, and you may have to come back with it, is can this zoning be approved specifically for this piece? And can there be a caveat that requires or eliminates any potential connection to Sheila Circle? Or is that something we can't do?
So you have to just give the council your report back on this. So it's not like contract zoning where we can say, here's the conditions.
Yeah.
However, when an applicant comes forward under subdivision review, then that's your opportunity to do a lot more with conditions, and we're looking at natural resources, environmental impacts, that whole approval criteria. But tonight, really what you're asked to do is give your report back to the council. Certainly, if you had any notes like that, like, if you want to note that you heard during the public hearing that the preference is not to have connection to Sheila Circle, that could be something that you can note in the report.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, joining Hillview Heights to Route 5 is nuts. It doesn't even make sense because of the type of traffic that would be that would start to happen if there was such a connection. And much with Bradley and Lincoln in the hearing we heard earlier from 321 Lincoln, it's like the pipeline is small, being Sheila Circle and Waycott and so on. And to then say, it's not like it's a superiorly wide road that would handle traffic. It's a little neighborhood. And to put those two together is nuts. Although I see in this Plan 3, and the fact that going across Deep Brook would be prohibitively expensive, it would be crazy. These lots would not improve in value just by putting a road through, and the cost of doing a road across Deep Brook and a bridge and everything else and the associated, just to get that through, doesn't make a ton of sense either. But to put people from Route 5 to 111 or 112 through this neighborhood is in my mind, crazy.
Actually, there's actually no benefit, because, there's no benefit to the developer to actually put this road in, because you can't actually put any houses on this section of road. That's usually, Land Development 101 is not to have a road that doesn't have any lots or development potential on it.
Right, it's just a length of road that's gonna just be there, again, to create a cut through, but going through this neighborhood with these 15,000 square foot lots to 15,000 square foot lots on a really tight little thin road it's not even appropriate.
I think what's particularly challenging is that, yes, we're looking at this as a recommendation to council for a zoning change. And as board members, we typically automatically want to go into the subdivision standards and the criteria, and we're thinking of all these things. And there are a lot of, concerns and comments that were brought up tonight that are, they're very valid, but it's also tough to understand the roles that we have to play. And I think that we can see, some of us were on this board during the zoning revision committee, and we had countless hours of meetings of proposed possible changes and trying to minimize contract zones. So we didn't have these unique things just stuck in different areas. We wanted to try to minimize the number of zones that we had. There were real goals there, and between the consultants and the local citizens, we tried to narrow it down and make it a much more functional zoning map with some clear delineation, and we ended up with a product. And we've seen since then that we're constantly getting requests to rezone or reevaluate a particular parcel. And what's particularly hard is that we have to not only look at our zoning and our ordinances for subdivision, but we have to make sure that our comprehensive plan is in harmony with the decisions that we're making. And our current comprehensive plan talks about protecting rural areas, natural settings without existing water and sewer from encroachment, development by encouraging new housing and developments in greater densities in areas with existing infrastructure. Doesn't really talk about those rural areas that have the infrastructure, right? We have these goals that are set, and it's a very difficult thing for us to be sitting here trying to weigh some of these proposals out. In this particular case, we have a rural area that is now served by infrastructure, and other parts of our comprehensive plan says increase the density where the infrastructure exists. And here we are sitting weighing that out. But like I said earlier, where do we draw the line from where this infrastructure needs to end? I'd like to point out a lot of the things that were talked about with this neighborhood are details of our subdivision regulations, some successes and some failures that have created, I would say, a very nice community within our city of Saco. It's a very nice area. Lots of people walk there. I don't think anybody's disputing that. But we see some failures, whether before we had requirements for sidewalks, there are sections of your neighborhood that don't have sidewalks. We have successes with the sections that do, and the interconnectability. One of our standards is making sure that proposed subdivisions have availability for interconnection or future interconnection. The bump outs that were talked about on Sheila Circle. Those were planning board members that were being diligent and sticking to their guns and making sure that there was some interconnectability options, which hence is pretty sure is how Hillview Heights originally continued to grow into Waycott Drive and Sheila Circle and all these interconnectabilities in different phases that have made a very successful neighborhood. But as board members, we're trying to weigh all these pieces out. And for me, it's hard to kind of take that step back right now because this is just a proposal, a recommendation to council. They bring up very valid points. I would agree with Mr. Biggs that this is not the ideal spot for an interconnect between Route 5 and 112. How do we look at that? And how do we deal with the fact that this was actually zoned the other way? This was zoned in a way that allowed their neighborhood to be built. And then it got moved at the request of a property owner. And it was kind of, I remember it being presented to us of, oh, well, if we go back to rural conservation, it's a way of land banking. Once they put a solar farm on it, we're going to have this open space that's preserved for a long time. Well, here we are, the solar farm's not there, but now we're looking at another change. A subdivision took place, like Council Archer put out, and, well, whoa, we didn't really anticipate this coming. We thought that the intent was to hold it as a large parcel. I know there's a lot of information there, and I think we just need to try to tighten up what our view is, and just everyone to remember, whichever way it goes, they have to come before us again with a full subdivision site plan review. So a lot of these details would be worked out at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Jim, yes.
Mr. Chair, looking at the zoning map prior to 2021, when the Fenderson parcel was all in the west residential, I mean, I can see why that didn't make any sense, and I can see why the Fendersons wanted that back to rural conservation. And if you, with this piece in rural conservation, it's sort of surrounded by west residential, which doesn't make a lot of sense, except for the fact that Deep Brook runs through it and consumes a great deal of the parcel. So I'm not sure where we go with this in terms of making recommendation to the council, but clearly that natural resource, I don't think anyone thinks a connector through Hillview to from Route 112 to 5 makes any sense whatsoever. And so I appreciate all the members of the public who came out to speak out against that. Anyone who's just driven through Hillview during Halloween can see the roads are narrow, hardly any sidewalks, and it just wouldn't make any sense for there to be a connector there. So I applaud the members of the public who came to express their concerns, because they're sort of speaking the obvious, and I hope they continue to come out and speak out whenever it appears that there's some possibility of someone suggesting a connector through their neighborhood. But that said, all we're here to do is to issue a report to the city council as to whether or not this particular parcel of land ought to go back into the west residential or not. And Deep Brook as a natural feature is concerning. The third plan that the applicant came up with seems to have found a way around that and not to disturb Deep Brook or the resource protection district around it, which looks pretty wide. I don't think we should be in the business of trying to help people necessarily develop more intensely. On the other hand, if everything around that parcel is in west residential, and if Deep Brook can be protected, and if there's no connector from Sheila Circle to Route 5, this may be an instance where our report to the council is that maybe west residential zoning there makes sense with sewer and water available. But I do think that if any proposal comes to us, that is going to develop that parcel, that we look at it very, very carefully, particularly given all the comments that the public's made tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
When does it become a color by numbers? If everyone understands my statement, because if you start to look at this, yeah, we fill in here, but then you start to go over behind Shawn Place and Chantel, oh, wait a minute, they're surrounded by that area as well. Oh, let's develop that. Oh, there's another line over here, we're going to just color that in. Again, I think a line, as Mr. Brochu mentioned, a line has to be drawn, and you have to say yay or nay to that line. You can't just keep making exceptions, I guess is my point.
Thank you, Matt.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes, Emily.
Is this something that we need to workshop with the planning board as far as, the future growth, and look at the sewer infrastructure study that was done and some studies we have, and kind of maybe work with the long-range planning committee? I'm not saying specific to this ordinance amendment request tonight, but I'm hearing a lot of things that lead themselves to overall growth and development of the city that is not necessarily related to this applicant's petition. Is that something that I should put on my list for the future?
I think that would be a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Touch base with long-range planning, and perhaps they can provide some insight and forward something to the planning board. Yes. Any other thoughts from the board? The public hearing is still open, if the board would like to hear from the public a second time.
I'll get another question. Sewer and water goes out and touches this property. Does it go beyond if I'm looking at this little map here with the red line around your property, does the sewer and water go beyond that, or does it stop somewhere within that property frontage?
It will go up to that, the road connection across the street from Deep Brook's entrance. That would be probably where it would end.
Is that where it ends today?
No, it ends at
At Sancho Drive?
At Sancho Drive, thank you.
Okay. Or Sancho Circle to some people. All right. So, yeah, I know the woman that had the concern about not having to hook up. I don't think that the city is going to require people that happen, if the frontage went in front of them, to existing homes that are on sewer, and are they, if they're on septic and well right now, and the city runs a water line, they say you got to hook up to that? I don't think that's true, is it?
Emily?
So according to our sewer ordinance, if your septic system fails in the future.
If it fails.
You will be asked to connect, but if a line runs in front of your property for sewer just today, and your septic system is fine, no, we don't go out and say you just need to hook up right away.
And it doesn't go quite that far anyway. All right.
And that would be the same true for water.
For water, that's public water. It's outside of the city's, its main water company for that. I just know for the sewer ordinance, it follows Chapter 176 standards, and it's within 200 feet of a property.
Correct, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on how main water does it, but in Portland, they don't like to have additional taps in their main. If there's no interest, they won't put a service or require you to go in there, so I'm not 100% sure on main water, though.
So board members, our next steps would be to close the public hearing or to hear additional concerns from the public, perhaps that haven't been addressed, or any new information based on.
One more question for Emily. Are we on a timeline with regards to city council and their process?
So the city council is hosting their public hearing on this on February 26th. It would be ideal if you could get your report tonight so that we could make sure they have it for the 26th.
Otherwise, we'd be doing it on the 22nd. That's 4 days before their meeting.
It would be close, so I would, of course, report out results and get any info as quickly as we could to the council, but it would be best if it's for timelines, if we could give a report tonight.
Thoughts, board members?
I guess, is there anybody, I would be open if somebody has some new information from the public to allow them a chance to address it, and then we can decide what to do, when to close the public hearing.
All right, no additional thoughts from the board members, so if anybody from the public would like to speak a second time and address anything we've discussed since, please come forward.
Hello, everyone. Kelly Archer, 185 Bradley Street. If I understood this last question properly with the planner, it is my understanding under the amendment petition zoning ordinance that the report has to be given 10 days prior to the council. So this 22nd, and then the council on the 26th, and with the public hearing notification of the council's responsibilities, the timelines would not work. But I understand it, and I think it's 1701 is where you would find that information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
A point of clarification just on that. We read this as the board shall hold its public hearing for consideration at least 10 days before the report is submitted to the city council. And you will have started your public hearing at least 10 days before the report is submitted. However, like I said, it's best that if we can continue to give a report this evening, I think that would be best for timelines.
Thank you for the clarity, Emily.
Mr. Chair, if there are no further public comments, I'll move to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Jim.
Mr. Chair, I will second that motion.
Thank you, Jeff, for the second. Motion made and second to close the public hearing. Any discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
I would vote yes as well. The public hearing is closed. Final thoughts, board, questions, amendments, recommendations, notes, conclusions that we would like to add to this report, discussion amongst ourselves. Matt?
Nothing to add at this time.
So, board members, the report is, and Emily, correct me if I'm wrong, but what the board is tasked and what you're looking for is to provide some conclusions and within this report. This report is not specific about a yay or nay recommendation, but as you've drafted it here, you're looking for the board's specific input on our conclusion, given the proposal within this application and testimony made, correct?
Yes, that's correct. We're just looking for you to please, you can amend anything on this report that you'd like, but we're looking for you to please fill in the blanks.
Thank you. So, board members, we've had much discussion. It seems just generally speaking, no one is in favor of any sort of connection in any capacity from Route 5 to 112 through Hillview Heights. That's just discussion point one. From there, the actual application at hand, rural conservation to West Residential. Impact on the infrastructure, whether the zoning's appropriate, conservation, resource protection on the brook there. Thoughts? We've done this before a little bit. Background with the zoning committee and where we ended up with that area being West Residential initially was part of the zoning, if we recall, was to make some of the land more conforming to what was there. So that's sort of how the West Residential kind of grew to that area that we see. We do our best to not allude to any spot zoning. So I believe, from my memory, the last sort of conversation we had there was that area seemed like it would be West Residential. The line continued. We had the application recently, the solar farm, turning that into rural conservation, and the application, the area, the board found that it was a good fit, and that's where it sits today. So, discussion and decision to go back to West Residential. How's the board feel? Rob, yes.
I'd like to ask Jeff, were you here when the Fendersons moved this from West Residential to rural? You on the board at that point?
No, I was not on the board at that time.
Okay. So it's my understanding that when we did this initial study, the city spent all this money and so on, that this was determined to be West Residential, and it kind of jogs the line going up just west of 95. The Fendersons then wanted to talk about, and they successfully argued before, I guess, the planning board to then city council, to flip it for the purpose of installing this solar farm.
Yes.
It's confusing to me because is the solar farm on this property now, or is it a little further west, I thought?
This is, I believe, Emily, I don't believe the solar farm has been installed.
Actually, you could probably answer that better than we.
Yeah, so the solar farm is actually within the open field of the Fenderson property further
To the west, correct, because I was a part of the board when that was approved, and we walked the property and all that, and it's kind of to the west and up on the hill bank and all that sort of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
an open field.
It's an
Yep.
open field, and
Yep.
yeah,
And this is the wooded portion to
we're
the
we're
east.
looking at
Right.
we're looking at the wooded portion.
Correct.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my thoughts are, I'm really torn with how we try to apply the comprehensive plan with this protecting the rural areas, natural settings that don't have existing utilities because the utilities were brought there, but all the ZOR's processes have, like you said, we kind of addressed it as, oh, well, they're conforming for West Residential because those houses are there. We kind of have to leave that to keep them in compliance. But we're really, there needs to be a line, and if this changes and they extend the water and sewer another 1,500 feet down the road, that just keeps opening up the border to, like Matt DeConti pointed out, where do we draw the line? We're just going to keep spot zoning, essentially keep changing as we go, because the utilities are there, because we're trying to hold to our comprehensive plan. And that's the challenging part, is we've got all these criteria that are put on our shoulders, and how do we make the best decision? And I don't think that doing that is going to hold one of the goals of the the volunteers that were involved in the comprehensive plan was to realize we need to protect our rural areas. We need to start some conservation. Somebody spoke up about the benefits of, our crisis, our climate crisis, and that we need to have these open spaces, and we have to draw the line somewhere, and they're difficult decisions, and I feel bad that there's infrastructure right there, and we're trying to say that's where the line's going to be. But I think at some point, that has to be made, and I think the brook, given the sensitive, the fragile nature of the brook itself, that's a good delineation. That's kind of where we need to stop. They have to have buffers around it. So for some of those reasons, I'm kind of leaning towards not.
If I may, I don't know if it's my place right now, I'm sorry.
Sure.
So SK1, the first sketch plan, that was if we kept the zoning the way it is. Based on the existing subdivision ordinance, we still need to extend public utilities up there. So regardless of whether this is developed as RC or WR, utilities will need to be extended up that far. And then, obviously, then your comment about where does it end, I don't know the answer to that. And also the fact that the plan was for 700-something houses. So, I mean, at one point, somebody thought it was that was the potential of this land further west of this property along the way.
There's a lot of, at some point, somebody thought it was a good idea that didn't quite work out, like the McDonald's strip up in north on Main Street and so on and so forth.
Well,
It appears to me there was a line drawn at one point to the west of this property that kind of goes vertically, and then it jogs up and goes out to collect all his homes off of and roads off of 112. So could somebody then come and say, well, let's take it a little further? Yeah, I guess they could. They'd have to come by here and they'd have to go through the same process. And as Emily alluded to, that I think that we need to have a workshop where we could kind of go through with the big black permanent marker and kind of say, it doesn't really make any sense beyond this. Because, yeah, you could haul that sewer line all the way out if you wanted to. Just like, if you look at, not on these drawings, but if you look at 112, as you go further west, there's Hillview and then that whole piece there, and then it goes beyond that, and there's another subdivision to the south and one to the north, and it goes past the Way store, and it continues on, and just keeps marching out that direction. Those, I believe, are not on sewer. They're all on septic, I believe, correct?
I believe Overlook Drive is the end of the city sewer on
Right.
12.
So anyways, yeah, I wouldn't advocate for continually pulling sewer line out, and nor do I think our wastewater recovery center really wants that to happen either. But anyway, we talk about where the line is drawn. It seemed like there was a line drawn there. It was within our study that happened, and then the owners of the property wanted to bring it back into the rural conservation, and they were successful carving this one little piece out again. So I don't know, you can look at it two ways. Either that was the line, or the line stays where it is today.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, I share the same thoughts. I think, Jeff, to your note and your comment, the line, I think we're looking at it. I think this is the line. I think the amount of resource protection from Deep Brook within that site, I think, lends itself to this remaining RC. It doesn't prohibit the project, as the applicant stated. If the project moves forward under RC, utilities still need to be brought there. Utilities in the future can continue down Route 5. It's a matter of the density and maintaining and protecting, the resources out there. So that's, I think the line is here. I'm not convinced there's there's enough for this particular piece to keep letting or allow West Residential to kind of keep moving to the west. Rob?
Okay, so my question is, if we leave this rural conservation, plan number 1 could come into effect. Do we have the ability to stop 3 lots that would then connect to Sheila Circle, or are we stuck looking at that happening? And then with that, I'm assuming they're going to want to connect those 3 lots to the water and the sewer that comes down Sheila Circle, and I understand from what they're saying, I can totally believe it, that they're kind of tapped out at the end of that line right now anyway. And then we're also telling them to build huge McMansion houses on big, huge lots with high prices. So that goes against everything else we're saying with affordable housing. Not that necessarily 15,000 square foot lots would be terribly affordable, but they would be more affordable than I'm sitting on 1.3 acres with a 5,000 square foot house with 4-car garage. Because that's what you're going to see it going up to make this a viable project.
And by keeping all the development on the west side
Of the
Deep
brook.
it actually preserves the resource
That's,
protection on the other.
yeah, there's a big chunk of land that stays alone and it doesn't connect anything to Sheila Circle, and we can still drive go-karts to birthday parties. So, you know, I mean, that's what you're doing. By doing it this way, you're guaranteeing you're going to get huge houses there. And I don't know that we can stop those 3 connecting to Sheila Circle, can we?
If there's no capacity to serve, though, if there's a problem with the water.
Right, yes,
Right,
exactly.
if there's truly an issue there, there's a
Yep.
reason to stop it for that.
Yeah, if Maine Water says it's fine, we can do it, well, then we can't say no, but,
Well, that would be part of the site plan process.
yeah, I mean, they
We
could
would have to review
put a
it.
pump in, something like that, right?
There are
But-
potential solutions, but that it has to work in the overall big picture and meet all of our site plan and subdivision
I'm just concerned
requirements.
about 16 or 17 massive houses going up in this rural conservation.
That's a fair concern, I suppose. Is that a greater impact to the land than 11, what would we have, 11 additional lots and 11 additional units and 11 additional residences?
Not connecting to Hillview Heights.
Not connecting. Well, yeah. Is 16 larger lots with potentially larger homes a greater impact than 27?
27 is a greater impact, in my opinion.
I mean, you can build quite a large home on 15,000 square feet as well.
Mr.
27 lots brings 27 more cars, and you just add, I mean, again, granted, affordable housing, I get it, but I think someone made the comment that Saco's not responsible to solve the housing problems in the state of Maine,
That's true.
right?
But we could look at this as 27 families and 27 birthday parties. And
Mr. Chair?
just Jim.
I was going to just suggest that this was initially zoned for West Residential for a reason, right? It was part of the comprehensive plan. I understand the Fendersons' desire to have it back to rural conservation. But, you know, farms exist, and then some days they don't. You know, at some point they won't, right? And so whether or not this is rezoned back to West Residential or stays rural conservation, there's a very good chance that, you know, within the next 20, 50 years, that's all going to be developed out there, and there may not be any farms. And I hope that doesn't happen. I love Fenderson Farm, but we have to be realistic about that. And so the real question is whether or not this higher density zoning in this area, perhaps for this lot, understanding all of the problems with that lot. But if that higher density zoning makes sense because of the infrastructure we have, I mean, Route 5 is a pretty big road. It's highly traveled. It has sewer, water available. It's actually probably going to be better for the environment in that way if the parcel's developed well. And who knows with the parcel in the Fenderson Farm, chunk by chunk by chunk, as that goes to be developed, who knows if they're going to ask us to go back to West Residential. I guess my point is that I don't think we should fear reverting this back to West Residential because there are a lot of protections in place, either here with the zoning board or with members of the public present to make sure there's no connector from Route 5 to 112, and to make sure the natural resources are protected. But there could be more affordable homes on smaller lots with the infrastructure we have if we have this zone back to West Residential. So I'm very sensitive to the concerns of all the residents here, but I don't think that they will be poorly served if this goes back to West Residential and some plan comes to the planning board that looks a lot like that SK3. We don't know. Maybe something else will come up. Maybe they'll never develop it. I don't know. But it seems to me that having the smaller lots and the option to have the smaller lots makes sense if we have the infrastructure there. I agree, how far do you go? I don't know, but, if Fenderson Farm gets sold and there's a huge subdivision plan there, I guess we'll find out, right? But that's for another day, and I don't think that anything we do today, if we recommend to the council that this be, or report to the council that this could go back to West Residential, I don't think any of the protections that any of these citizens desire for that parcel are going to be ignored. I think we'll, as a planning board, we can address those. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Jim. I guess my final thought is, having been a board member for the past 5 years, been part of the zoning committee and the comprehensive plan committee, and fortunate enough to be on the long-range planning committee, I think RC is the best fit now for Saco. I think the utility extension helps provide slow growth out there. The lots seem to be, we do talk about affordability, but the larger lots in this area seem to be what residents are talking about. I think a project could be successful even if it's RC. I don't think it needs to be WR to be successful. That's just where I'm at today.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Jeff.
So I understand that there was confusion on the city maps. We talked about last week that when the purchase and sale agreement was going through, it looked like in one area it was still West Residential, on another map it was the RC. I think regardless, as a board, if that was the case, we need to recommend that back to the council. Hopefully they can find a way to make sure this doesn't happen again. And I've kind of changed my thoughts both ways on this a couple times, but the flip side is we can leave this RC, this applicant can turn around, sell it back to the solar farm, and they'll clear cut everything right up to the buffer and put solar panels on this entire lot, and it's a lot easier to cross Deep Brook with the power lines for the solar infrastructure than it is the infrastructure for the houses. And now we've got additional pasture land that's filled with solar panels, and there's some talk about what happens to solar panels when they're cracked and they leach their heavy metals into the brook. So there's
Sure.
the option. This could go 180 degrees if we were to leave it as RC. It's just the devil's advocate, but that's another way this could play out. So
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you. So,
Sorry.
board members, so we have this draft report here that Emily's put together for us. It speaks towards the amendment request, an overview, and it talks about some potential conclusions we have here. So perhaps we move towards providing some conclusions to Emily and work towards wrapping up this report, unless the board would like to move a different direction.
So do we have to, is this a motion we put forward and then vote on, or are we just going to discuss and fill this out as we feel appropriate?
So I believe, Emily, without speaking for her, I believe she would recommend that we...
She can actually speak for herself. She had the mic ready, too.
Emily, have at it.
So for the first blank, I would say, I would recommend, at its February 6th meeting, the board opened its hearing, heard from the public, and closed the hearing, and then discussed the matter. During its review, the planning board considered the comprehensive plan, existing zoning map, and ordinances, and if there's anything else you'd like me to add there, maybe the previous zoning change for this property might be applicable, because there was a lot of discussion on that.
But Emily, you would recommend that we fill in these items, and then we make a motion on the report.
Yeah, and then you would make a motion to accept the full report. So I just thought we could walk through a couple of these blanks. I'll add close the public hearing. And then I think what I would need, unless there's anything you want to add, you can add, amend, or change anything here. I just need your concluding remarks here. So earlier, one thing I wrote down is joining Sheila Circle to Route 5 would not make sense and cause much traffic. I heard 2 board members tell us that. So that was like a primary thing that I heard. I heard natural resources were important.
Yeah, I would support one of the conclusions being that the board does not support a connection from Route 5 to Route 112 through this area. And noting concern of Deep Brook as a resource protection area, a significant resource protection area. So your item here at its February 6th meeting, the board opened its hearing, heard from the public, and closed the hearing the same night. Is that what a recommendation you're looking for?
Yes.
And then during the review, the board considered the comprehensive plan, the existing zoning map, ordinances, the previously approved zoning amendment. I think it would be, or Emily, what do you believe, testimony from residents? Is that a good place to put that? I'd like to know, yeah, exactly.
Yes.
That we heard many members of the public and their thoughts and concerns. And then any additional conclusions that the board members would like to add, of which I guess I would suggest a recommendation.
The conclusion would just be a recommendation either to accept or continue as conservation or to bring it into the WR.
Yes.
And so do we vote on that first, or do we put this all together in just one format and decide what?
We've done that in the past on an item like this. We have done a vote. I don't believe it needs to be a formal motion, right, Emily?
As long as we get a formal motion on the full report.
Correct.
Correct.
So do we want to take a straw poll kind of thing? Is that what you'd like to do on,
I think that's appropriate, sure.
on CR or WR?
Yes. So we've had discussion. So board members, who's in favor of keeping the zoning as rural conservation? I guess I am. Matt DiCiani is.
You can't go both ways.
I know, it's just a real tough thing. Like, I've all these things that we just talked about playing in our mind, and we're supposed to be responsible stewards of the comprehensive plan and all these criteria, and, you know, and I just look at this map, and that's what's so challenging, right? Is we're looking at the west residential map, and we look at all of the Hillview Height, Douglas Ave, Wendy Way, Sheila Circle, the incredible density that's there. And granted, a little bit before my time, but I'm assuming that was all built out because the city brought sewer to the middle school. And you look at the density that goes on both sides of 112, and basically what we're doing today is the first baby step of saying, we've done it on Route 5, that's what's going to follow. And how do we honestly, straight-faced look, say we're protecting the comprehensive plan, minimizing sprawl, and protecting our rural districts by taking that first baby step of saying, it's only one lot, it's only 27 houses. That's kind of the dilemma that I'm in. Obviously feel bad if I was the person who bought a piece of land and I thought one map in the town said, oh, it's west residential and this is what I'll be able to do with it. Feel very misled. But I don't like constant application to whether it be the council or the board of constantly changing zoning. It's not fair to the stockholders of our city who have bought their homes with a certain zoning in place, and we're constantly changing. It's like you're living on the edge. It's like living on the fault line. When's the next earthquake going to come, in my mind? So I guess at this point I'm leaning towards keeping it rural conservation. I think that's the appropriate thing at this time, to be consistent, as we've been directed several times with our comprehensive plan, to protect our rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
So I guess also you could look back and say when Hillview Heights was developed, and then I'm not sure exactly the date that this zoning study was done, but it was determined that this was going to be WR, and then it changed later. So there's been a period of time that it was a WR, there was a distinct line going north-south, and then this little piece, this flag lot got kind of carved out for a purpose that never happened. And I'm with you. It's like if they said, you know what, let's clear cut this place and just throw up a bunch of panels, that would not be appropriate in my mind either. And of course, it would have to come before the planning board. We would have some input on it and so on, just like we did with the other one that they were put in the back, you couldn't see it from the street, that kind of thing. So I lean towards WR. With the discussion that there's no way in God's green earth that it should ever connect. And I'm even concerned, again, about the 3 houses that they're going to suddenly want to plug into that right away into Sheila Circle if we leave it as a conservation zone, because they can. And so I would tend to lean the other way. There's no way somebody's going to build a blank road where they can't build any houses on to connect those two into another small development that has, 10, 15,000 square foot lots. It wouldn't happen. It's not going to happen coming through here, that's for sure. But I think that it gives you a few more houses. It makes it a viable development without building these massive homes that I don't think that we really need to be promoting.
Thank you, Rob. Jim?
Yeah, and I think I made it clear. I think changing it to the WR district would make the most sense, because I think it provides the most flexibility and the most protection, eventually the most protection for Deep Brook and the people at Sheila Circle and everyone else in Hillview Heights. It actually provides that protection. And we all know that no matter what we say here today, its development is going to continue out Route 5. It's not like it's not. It's going to keep going. And the only question is it going to be smaller lots or bigger lots? Do we all want big lots out there, big houses? Then we keep it rural conservation. If we, recognize in places that we can have smaller lots and have them done well, then this would be an instance where the WR zone would make the most sense. So I'm in favor of that.
Thank you, Jim. So, Emily, can we provide, are we on 3 or 4 number conclusion?
So I have 1, which is the board does not support any connection from Route 5 to 112 in this area, and the board noted concern of Deep Brook as a significant resource protection area. And I do want to point out that even if the zoning changes or doesn't change, so from WR to RC, the resource protection area is not changing. It cannot. It's required by state
Correct.
law. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
Correct, that overlay district would not change.
Yes.
Yes. So you have that under just one item of conclusion? Do we need to bullet point them, or it's just blanket, these are conclusions?
So we could make it 1 and 2. I just been putting it on the screen so you can see exactly what I'm typing in.
Okay, yes, thank you.
So I think what we really need, unless there's any other notes to put here, I think what we really need is the final conclusion of the board, which is the recommendation on your report. And you've sent divided reports before also.
We have. So I think conclusion 3 could be the board, I guess the board voted 3-2 in favor of keeping the RC zoning as it stands. And then we can, if you'd like to or appropriate, we can outline those members. I don't know if we've done that in the past.
Do you want to take an official vote so then we can put in here that you voted
We can, sure.
3-2?
Sure. So if someone would like to make a motion. Jeff?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to make a motion for our decision on a recommendation to council for the Bedad Properties LLC petition for zoning amendment. Map 87, Lot 17, to staying in the positive, how do we do this?
Retain, perhaps?
To retain the rural conservation district to retain the rural conservation district.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Matt. Motion made and seconded to forward a recommendation and conclusion to City Council to retain the existing RC designation. Yes? Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Rob? No. Jim?
No.
I'll vote yes. Vote is 3-2 in support.
Mr. Chair, would you like us to make a formal motion on the letter?
If there are no other conclusions that the board members would like to add, yes.
Mr. Chair, I move that we draft a letter to the City Council reading that on January 7th, 2024, the Planning Board completed its initial review of the request and scheduled its public hearing for February 6th, 2024. Planning staff scheduled the public hearing in compliance with the ordinance and state statute requirements with a copy of the legal notice in the Portland Press Herald included in the February 6th meeting material. At its February 6th meeting, the board opened its hearing and heard from the public and closed the public hearing. During its review, the planning board considered the comprehensive plan, the existing zoning map and ordinances, and previously approved zoning amendment and testimony from the residents. Many members of the public provided their thoughts and concerns. The conclusions that the planning board provided are as follows. The board does not support any connections from Route 5 to 112 in this area through Sheila Circle. The board noted concerns of Deep Brook as a significant resource protection area. The board also voted 3-2 in support of retaining the current RC zone.
Thank you, Jeff, for the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Rob, for the second. Motion made and seconded to forward the planning board's report to city council as discussed by Mr. Brochu. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
I would vote yes as well. Board votes 5-0 to forward the report as amended.
Mr. Chair, I think it's appropriate we consider taking up the next item. I think it's important that we do that. It is 9:30, but I think they've been waiting patiently. I think it would be, I'm willing to continue on, maybe just take a 5-minute recess and then hear from the applicant.
Yeah, I think that since we start at 6:30 now, everything pushes out an extra hour, as much as you don't want to do it. We can't say 9 o'clock when we used to start at 5:30.
Sure. I believe, Emily, we need to make a formal motion to continue the next item.
Yes, according to your guidelines, you have to take a majority, you have to have a majority vote of board members present to take up new business after 9 o'clock. And then you also have to note your adjournment time past 9:30, please.
Okay, thank you. Someone like to make a motion? Maybe not Matt.
Mr. Chair, I move that we extend our adjournment time and we'll take up new business after 9 PM to hear from the final applicant on our agenda of Kafua Management.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
Second.
Second by Jim. Any additional discussion? Emily, can we note that this motion is at 9:32 PM, acknowledging after 9:30? Does that help?
Yeah, would it be possible to give us an end time? Usually you set your end time now, too.
Mr. Chair, I amend my motion to include the end time of 10:30?
10:30.
No later than 10:30?
I mean, I'd
don't
go later, but I just feel like they've been here waiting, and
Yeah.
I don't want to cut them short, but
That's fine.
I think we need to be.
Could we
So,
also
does the
have
board
a
wanna go later?
5-minute break in between?
We will, yes.
All right. Is that a
So-
separate motion?
Yes. So motion made an amendment to an end time of 10:30.
Yeah.
Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Jim? I vote yes as well. Motion to made and approved to extend the meeting time this evening.
So-
With that, we'll,
I'd like to move that we have an adjournment of 5 minutes
yes,
at 9:35.
yes.
Mr. Chair, I second that motion.
Made and seconded to have a 5-minute recess. Those in favor?
Yes.
Matt? Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Yes as well for myself.
We'll note that in the minutes, but you don't need to do that.
I didn't think so. Thank you. For a brief intermission here, we will continue with our final agenda item this evening is 9:42 PM. Our next item is Kafua Management Company LLC. This is a zone ordinance map amendment request to rezone properties from BI to HB zoning district, an industrial park road, tax map 55, lots 1, 1-1, 3, 5, and 6. And this evening is a public hearing on this item. Emily, anything else to add?
Just that this went to city council and they approved their first reading and scheduled their public hearing for February 26th. And they looked at this during a new business on December 18th. There was an additional item included in here, responses from the applicant to some of the questions from the planning board at the last meeting when you all reviewed it on January 17th. So I'm sure you saw those in the packet.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the applicant is here, if we'd like to.
Mr. Chair, before the applicant speaks, if you would,
Sure.
I'd like the board to make a determination if I should participate. Likewise, my parents reside on Colonial Drive, and they were in the abutters list. I think more so because they're in one of the included parcels of the Little League field, made them within their 600-foot buffer. But I guess, likewise, we both live independent lives, and I think I'm pretty neutral, but I did want to disclose that I do have blood relatives that are within the abutter list, and wanted the board to decide if they felt like there was a conflict or a bias that would prevent me from participating.
Thank you, Jeff. Board members, any?
I'm good.
I don't have a problem with Jeff participating.
Same here.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. I agree. I don't see an issue here. The applicant.
The applicant's fine with just staying on the board.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Yes, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yes, please go ahead or give us any updates. I know you responded to some of our thoughts from our first meeting. So.
Thank you. And Sandra Gabe, Archipelago, here for Kafua Management. Also here tonight with me is Heather Moncup. She's the traffic engineer, that would be the traffic engineer for the project, and may be able to answer some of the traffic-related questions that the board has. Also here tonight is Chris Tamula. Chris is the civil engineer and would be the project engineer to the extent that you have any questions that he may be able to answer. We wanted to make sure we had everybody here who could respond to whatever questions the board might have. So initially, thank you for staying. I appreciate it. I appreciate how late it is, and even though you started late, it's still a late hour and people have lives before this. So again, I very much appreciate you staying here tonight so we can get through this. We didn't really get to do any discussion about this last time. We did hear comments and we've responded some, so I do want to go through what this application is. Kafua, they're proposing, as you know, a map amendment, rezoning the 5 parcels on the southeast side of the Industrial Park Road, and rezoning them from BI to HB. The reason for the amendment from Kafua's standpoint is to be able to construct a Dunkin' Donuts at 19 Industrial Park Road property. However, hopefully after reading the submissions, and especially if you read our response to your most recent questions and our presentation tonight, I think that you will see, hopefully, that this is also an amendment that's in the best interest of the city as well. As some background, the representatives of Kafua did meet with planning staff and with the Planning and Development Review Committee back in the summer. We initially came in proposing a contract zone for the one lot. The planning staff and the other staff members all voiced a preference for a map rezone of that area and seemed to support that. Based on that, Kafua instead submitted this map zoning request. One other option was to make the use a conditional use in the existing zone. That wasn't received favorably by the staff either. The original, the original submission was for 4 parcels. We had an initial meeting, new business with the council. The council made a comment about why doesn't it extend up further toward North Street. Based on that, we went back and took a look and realized that the only property between the 4 we were talking about and the residential area on North Street was the Mermont lot. We included that as an amendment or addendum to our original proposal. We have gotten, it's in the record, letters back signed by 4 of the parcel owners saying that they have no objection. We've reached out on several occasions to Mermont through their attorney, Donna Bailey. Donna, as you may know, is in session right now in the legislature, although we started reaching out to her in December. She did inform us that she did forward our letter and our request to the Little League. She said she would get back to us when she heard back. However, they certainly have notice. They've had several notices, and they got a notice of this public hearing. So to the extent that a zoning amendment might occur there, the due process requirements have been followed. So other than Kafua's proposed use, there are really several good reasons to consider this zoning amendment. First, it's important to know that the change would not make any of the existing uses on those parcels non-conforming. What it would do is make the use on the Mermont lot conforming as a conditional use. Right now, it's a non-conforming use. Also, as mentioned, in the BI district right now, there's no residential uses permitted other than a caretaker dwelling unit, which is actually only, it has to be incorporated into a non-residential use. I think one of the things that planning staff thought might be a good idea for this area is to allow some residential uses along that area of the road. Again, that those parcels meet up with the residential unit on North Street. That's a medium-density residential unit, and the purpose in the ordinance and in the comprehensive plan for that is that it's supposed to be a more urban neighborhood with interconnectivity to more urban amenities. So allowing those kinds of amenities into this zone and allowing a continuation of some residential uses in this zone makes sense. The other idea with opening this up to a possibility of mixed uses and residential units is a lot of what I've heard tonight listening here. It would be residential use that wouldn't be going through existing neighborhoods. It would allow more density and perhaps lower income housing there. It has an easy connection to the turnpike. It has bus stops that already stop along there. It has a sidewalk that goes down to the main health property. I believe the only 2 properties that don't have sidewalks on that side of Industrial Park Road right now are the 19 Industrial Park Road and the visiting nurses just before it. The use right now, so the comprehensive plan talks about industrial uses and it talks about business uses, and it distinguishes them. Both the HB and the existing zoning there right now are actually business zoned uses, not industrial zoned uses. The uses that are permitted in the industrial zone, which is on the further end of Industrial Park Road and then across Route 1, are uses that are not allowed in either the BI, which is the current zoning, or the HB. And I actually took a look at the list here, and those, include boat building and repair facilities, commercial processing of wood, wood cutting, heavy industry, recycling center. All of those uses are uses that are permitted in the industrial zone that are not permitted, again, in either the BI or in the HB. So that changing it from BI to HB is not going to eliminate any of those industrial uses. What it does do is open up several possible uses that are not now permitted in the BI. And it allows many of the uses that are in the BI right now to remain. including high-paying industrial-type jobs, which are research, development, warehousing, distribution. Those are all still permitted in both the BI and in the HB zone. Again, what it does do is open up uses that are not allowed in the BI right now, that especially including the residential uses, childcare centers. You know, one of the possibilities, one of the things that allows for residential uses is something that maybe could be in conjunction with some of the healthcare uses there right now, which would be handicapped or disabled housing, or housing that might fit in with the current uses. I want, let's see, if I just... with respect to traffic, and again, Heather is here to to answer those questions that you might have, but there is, based on reports that the city was involved in with part of the planning for the new Turnpike exit, there is going to be a fairly significant reduction projected on that portion of Industrial Park Road over the next several years. After the exit opens up. And then just very briefly, I wanted to go over again some of the questions that you had and just make sure that I get into the record some of those responses, specifically with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan talks about attracting jobs and investment it actually says for business park tenants is one of the things it says, and again, there are no business parks in Saco, but there are business designated districts, and the HB is one of those business designated district. It talks about employee serving retail or commercial uses and improvements to walkability and transit amenities should be considered to increase the appeal for workers and employers by allowing uses such as a convenience store or a Dunkin' Donuts in that area. It satisfies that part of the comprehensive plan. A reminder that just because uses are permitted in a zone doesn't mean that somebody can just go and put a use in. It has to go through the site plan review process, meet all of the traffic standards and all of the other standards that go along with that. With respect to, there was a concern about the railroad, the proposed zoning amendment doesn't affect any of the BI properties that are along that railroad. Nothing changes there. The majority of the uses that are allowed there right now in the BI zone are permitted also in the HB, and there are actually 32 uses permitted in the HB district, which were not permitted in the BI district. So it actually opens up the possibility of additional uses in that area. I will let Heather address again more of the traffic, but the BI, because the uses are so similar between the BI and the HB zone, changing the zoning from one to the other will not significantly affect traffic. And then there was a comment about thinking globally regarding the impact. Well, I think we are thinking globally. We're talking about the proximity of this area to that medium residential area right around the corner. It actually was interesting when the notices went out with people within 600 feet. I think I counted, not counting these 5 lots, 97 notices that went out, and of those, 87 are residential, and of the 10 that are not residential, one is the city of Saco, one is CMP. So there is a significant residential component in this area now, and this would create connectivity, but also allow for uses where people that live in these existing residential dwellings could walk to and have access to. The other thing with opening up the possibility of residential dwellings there is the park and ride is right down the road. You're talking about transportation, the bus stops there, so the park and ride for, shared parking, shared traveling. It's an area where it makes sense to allow some residential development. I think that's it for me. Again, Heather can speak to the traffic, or if you have questions for me first, happy to answer them.
Thank you. Board members, any immediate questions for the applicant?
Yeah. I
Rob?
do. So of these lots, and I've got a map that I can actually see what's going on there. So you're talking from basically the entrance to 95 or 195?
No, actually, we're from the credit union.
From the credit union, all right,
Right.
so it doesn't include the farm stand, so it's the
No.
credit union, the PM Construction, Maine Healthcare,
No.
Southern Maine Healthcare, and then the Little League lot, correct?
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Correct.
can you repeat that?
yeah, from the Little League lot, Southern Maine Healthcare, Maine Healthcare at Home, National Fire Stopping Solutions, and PM Construction, and People's Choice.
Correct, yes,
Okay.
and that's it right there.
And where is it you're wanting to put this Dunkin' Donuts?
So where PM is right now, that lot would get split. and-
Where PM is?
Yes. So they're overall completely to one side, this would be on the other side. It would be
Yep.
a shared access, only one
So,
driveway.
yeah, you're using the curb cut there, you're going in there, and it's between Maine Healthcare at Home and PM.
Correct. And that's right in here.
Yeah. Okay. And who what's the structure of the ownership of the Little League? Who owns that? The Little League. But is it an LLC? Is it a nonprofit or?
So my understanding is it's Saco, Little League, and actually, Mike, do you know who actually owns that parcel? Marymount does? Okay, Marymount Little League, actually.
So it's some kind of a.
It's a nonprofit. I can answer that question. I know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a nonprofit organization.
So it's a nonprofit that owns this piece of land and okay. All right. And so currently, it's industrial.
No, currently it's business industrial, which is not an industrial. The industrial zone.
Starts at 195?
Yeah, on the other side.
Yeah.
Yes, not 195.
All right.
So this is, again, the HB, the BI, and then there's a general business.
Right.
Those are business zones. They don't allow the kinds of uses that are permitted in the industrial zone, which is
Correct.
separate.
Yeah, just clarifying. Thank you. Let's talk traffic.
So good evening, everyone. I'm Heather Monacup with Greenman Peterson, and we are the traffic engineers, if this becomes a project. So as Sandy had mentioned, what we did was we researched that 2019 traffic study that was prepared on behalf of Maine Turnpike, Maine DOT, and the city of Saco. What that study did was it projected out traffic volumes for the Exit 35 project to 2040. And what it showed was that we are expected to see reductions in peak hour traffic volumes on Industrial Park Drive by about 30%, depending on the peak hour AM, PM. It's anywhere from 28% to 40%, depending on all the different intersections that I looked at. So I just kind of rounded it to 30%. As a decrease in traffic with the opening of the Exit 35 ramps, which is expected to be completed in November 2025. So what we did was we took the 2040 projected traffic volumes in that transportation study, and we did some quick capacity and queue analysis at Industrial Park Road at North Street, at the site driveway that is already there and accommodates the office, and and the I-195 eastbound ramps. I know at the last meeting, there was some concern because of the location of the driveway with 2 signals on either side. So we did look at the queuing. The queues do not extend either from North Street or from the eastbound ramps to the site driveway. With our Duncan in place. Again, we only looked at the Duncan because that is what the reason for the zoning change is right now. We wouldn't increase delay on any movement by more than 10 seconds. Overall delay on the ramps and at North Street, overall delay to the intersection is 2.1 seconds or less. Queuing at our site driveway, there might be a car waiting for a short second or two to turn into the driveway, but there is a 2-way left turn lane out there today that kind of continues into a left turn lane. If our project was to go through, we would work with the DPW on possibly just extending that 2-way left turn lane a little bit to make sure that there was enough area to, in fact, make sure that the 2-way left turn lane operated like it should, so you can make a left turn in and wait in the middle, but also properly make a 2-stage left turn out, so you can pull into the middle and then pull into the traffic when there's a gap in traffic. Queues on our site driveway, again, we took the office, we just used ITE numbers, that's the Institute of Transportation Engineers for the office. We used the main DOT methodology for the Duncan, and the driveway is expected to see 2 to 3 car queues with volume to capacity ratios, which is, is the movements exceeding capacity. If they're above 1, then they would be exceeding capacity. You can kind of think of it as above 1 is over 100%, and it would be exceeding capacity. All our VC ratios are 0.45 or below. So that's what we looked at for this petition in our driveways at this point. Another thing that was noted in the letter that although in both the BI and the HB, there's some high traffic generators and there's some low traffic generators in both, right? But some of the things that get added as part of the high traffic generators in the HB district, like a convenience store, like a Dunkin' Donuts or a fast food, those kinds of uses want to be on busy roads, right? Because they don't bring new traffic to the area, or a lot of new traffic. They do bring some, but it's mostly pass-by. Based on the main DOT study, it's 70% pass-by for a Dunkin' Donuts, so only 30% of the traffic is either diverted from somewhere else or new trips to the area, with 70% are driving by that site, whether they're stopping or not. Same thing with convenience stores, they're like 50% pass by. So that's why we try to put uses like this on busy roads, because they just pull from the traffic that's already there and don't try to bring new traffic to the area. So I'm here to that's what we've looked at so far for this, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
I have a question.
Yeah.
With regards to the 95 exit there on that road.
95 or 195?
195, sorry, yes, sorry.
Only because we're working with 2 different projects.
Good point. The 195 exit that comes off onto that road.
Mm-hmm.
Well, further down, actually, am I right to say that when it's, I'm losing my train of thought.
195, right, 195 has the ramps above us.
Yep.
Above us, north of us.
Yeah, north of you, okay.
And then North Street is south of us, I guess.
Okay.
Actually, I should be saying east and west, right? Because I think North Street, it's all kind of diagonal, but we've been considering North Street, north-south, which makes Industrial Park Road east-west, so the ramps are east of us, North Street is west of us.
Yep, so the 195
Yes. Mm-hmm.
coming off, when you come off 95, you go into 195, you come down, you can go right or left. I know there's a Pepsi distributor warehouse or distribution warehouse going in the industrial park there, right down the road, which will increase traffic, truck traffic, I'm sure, in and out of that area.
Yep.
And I'm more thinking of delays because the truck's going to be turning left or right. Was there any thought of a light at that intersection, the 195 intersection? I'm just thinking for slowing traffic calming measures, I guess is the term I would use.
Right now, we haven't looked that far. If this becomes a project, we would scope out with the city what intersections we need to look at and see if any, as a result of the project, if any mitigation would be needed.
Okay.
Right now, we just looked at the two signals on either side of the site driveway because that's what came up at our last planning board meeting as the concerns.
Sure, just thinking that, you know.
Yeah,
when
I
people
understand.
Coming off there and with that increased truck traffic, they're not going to be going to Dunkin' Donuts necessarily.
Yeah, so, well, you never,
Well,
you
true,
never
you
know.
never know.
You never know.
You never know.
But they, one thing that I will say is that if this does move, if this moves on to being a project, we would do a traffic study. What is probably going to happen is, I mean, it has to be scoped with the city, but usually we just look at opening year for Maine DOT, but with this Exit 35 project going on, we might have to look at two conditions, and that's what I'm anticipating, that we would look at existing conditions today, future conditions opening year, based on traffic counts that we get out there today at whatever the study area intersections would be, probably the ramps and North Street and our driveway in between. And then, so any background developments like you're talking about, anything that's been approved by this board, whether they have a traffic study or not, somehow we have to account for that in our future traffic numbers. But then there would also be another analysis, kind of like what we've done for this already, using those 2040 numbers, just to kind of make sure we're covering all our bases. Because, you know, with the drop in traffic that's expected, the best numbers that we can use are the ones that have been approved in that 2019 study.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Jeff?
Yes, thank you. So I was kind of looking, you started off by saying that you used the 2019 traffic study that DOT prepared for the Turnpike that was projecting out to 2040 with the expectation that 28 to 30% of the volume on this road was going to decrease with the opening of the new interchanges, the new ramps, correct?
Of the peak hour trips,
The
anywhere
peak
from
hour.
28% to 40%. To be general in our letter, we just use 30%.
Okay.
But yeah, it's the, they didn't project out daily volumes in that study. They only projected out peak hour numbers.
Well, peak hours are typically the big conflict right now.
Exactly, that's, yeah.
So with that, that's what all of your numbers are based on. When you say that you're looking at the queuing and that you would not increase delay by more than 10 seconds.
On a movement.
On a movement. But the current average movements for the signalization that are there now, you said were 2.4, 2.5?
No. We would increase the overall delay of the whole intersection by 2 point. In our letter, we had written, I just wanted to be clear, because in the letter we had said 2 seconds, and I wanted to be clear that the 2 seconds of overall, of delay was overall. So I wanted to clarify that it was no more, based on our analysis, it was no more than 10 seconds on a movement and 2 seconds overall to the signalized intersections, whether that be North Street or the eastbound ramps. But that is using the 2040 projected numbers.
And assuming
It's not using the 2000, it's not using counts that I got out there today and projecting out to 2040 or anything like that.
Correct. And I just wanted to be sure that when we look at that, we didn't, when they were looking at the rate of growth in 2019, we didn't have 1,800 units that were approved in Biddeford, plus what we've been approving. So our rate of growth has been kind of exponential since then. So some of that data might be a little bit skewed, might be a little bit light.
Which is exactly why I was saying I'm probably going to have to look at two conditions. I'm probably going to have to look at opening year, what's happening now, which I don't have the data for because we haven't put the expense into that if we don't have a project. So, so we would look at opening year of the project, we would get our counts, we would do the growth, current growth, all that, we would add background developments, and then we would probably compare it to the 2040 and see, you know, do these 2040 numbers make sense or what have you?
So just if we wanted to look at today's volumes, I don't know if you ever did some, is there any like monitoring? Did you ever just take pictures, time-lapse photos of peak hours and see if queuing was an issue? Because I think my experience is that queuing would be an issue because there are times that the cars are literally backed up to the railroad tracks from North Street in the PM hour.
Right, and I would assume that our 2024 existing analysis would show much different than the results that I'm showing in this 2040 because exit 35 wouldn't be open. But I would have to document that in my traffic study for site plan approval.
So obviously that would be.
Actually, we might get some of the cars off the road into the Dunkin' Donuts and away from the queuing.
Well, my bigger
In
thing.
an hour, they'll still be there.
Yeah.
My bigger thing is since 2019, there's also been several changes in that area that have possibly affected that. There's now on Leaner Road, there's a new use that has much higher volume with left-hand turns, possible conflicts. There are 2 dispensaries now that are located almost adjacent to you.
Yeah.
Did any of that, I know it's preliminary, but do you have any use for alignment? I think that the proposed driveways are quite out of alignment. If you wanted to signalize, like for the dispensary, it's across the street from your proposed location, would there be something to, you talked about a shared driveway, which obviously makes sense, but would there need to be some alignment if you're going to signalize another intersection so that those driveways are opposing?
I do not believe, we haven't run the traffic signal warrants, but I don't believe that our site driveways would meet the warrants for a traffic signal. At this point in time, we were just contemplating a bit of an extension to the 2-way left turn lane.
So you would be anticipating no signalized intersection,
For our site
left turn lane, so
That's there today, yeah.
And now, when you said extending, so I want to be clear, so there is a shared left turn lane that starts somewhere, well, just past the railroad tracks, right?
Almost makes it to their I've got it pulled up there.
Almost makes it to their driveway.
Really close.
No, it's to the driveway. The sign is right there at our driveway, end to a left turn lane, and then it turns immediately into a left turn lane for North Street.
That's correct, because we had a lot of
Yep.
discussion during the PM approval when they had
That's when
theirs.
it was extended.
That was extended.
Yeah.
The left turn lane was extended?
That's correct.
Yeah,
Because-
and that's why we would have to look at North Street to make sure that if we were going to make any modifications to extend a 2-way left turn lane, that the left turn lane, wasn't being exceeded.
Yes, so if the PM hour is basically queuing past your driveway, there's going to be a
Correct.
conflict with you guys trying to expand a left turn lane, a shared left turn lane, right?
The 2-way left turn lane, is that what you
Yes,
mean?
Yes.
Correct.
So the thought is, by main DOT numbers, what I understood you said is the business use proposed to Dunkin' Donuts has a 70% pass-by rate. So they're anticipating the normal traffic, 70% is just going to drive by you, but 30% is probably going to stop and see you.
No, I'm sorry. A pass-by trip is, there's 100% of the traffic at the site, right? The site generates traffic of some amount that's 100%. 70% of the people that are expected to go to the Dunkin' are already on Industrial Park Drive. So they'll make a right in, right out on their way to a destination, or a left in and a left out on their way to another destination. They are a pass-by trip. They are already on that roadway. 30% of that total number going to the Dunkin' would be new trips to the area or a diverted link. But in this case, I'm sure it would be all pass-by and new.
So it's not 70% of the traffic that's driving by.
Correct.
It's 70% of the people going to Dunkin'
the
are
site
driving by
generated.
anyway.
Yeah.
But sorry, so if I understood that correctly, now there's 30% new volume going to your location, so new traffic that wouldn't have been passing by.
Correct.
And so we can almost nullify the adjustment from the 2019 projection because you just increased 30%.
No, yeah, but you're thinking 30% of traffic on Industrial Park Road. I'm talking 30% of what a Dunkin' Donuts generates, which is less traffic than what's on Industrial Park
So
Road.
if they generate 150
Yeah.
cars an hour,
Even if you just keep it,
30% of those,
even if you just said
are new.
100, 70%, if 100 trips are expected in and out of the site, or 100 trips to the site, 70 are already on the roadway, and 30 would be new.
30 new cars showed up, yeah.
So then I also heard you say that there could be right turn in, right turn out, left turn in. Are you proposing any limits on traffic movement in and out of your driveway, or would you permit both left and right turns out?
The intent would to have full access egress as it is today. One thing that we have not done the calculations for that I am sure the city will ask us for is whether or not it meets the warrants for a right turn lane in. And if that is the case, that would be something that we would have to construct.
Okay. Have you done anything as far as line of sight from the proposed driveway?
We haven't yet.
Really?
It's pretty straight, but that is part of the analysis that that is a task in our traffic study.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's all I have for traffic. Thank you.
Yeah, as I'm looking at this now, so if I'm driving north, we'll call it north, on Industrial Park
It's just
Boulevard, right?
easier.
Because to me, it feels like you're going north.
It's north.
So if you're going north on Industrial Park, you're hanging a right into Duncan, and you're continuing on your trip going north, you're hanging a right. So not a traffic issue there. Coming south, you're coming in, you're in a dedicated left-hand turn lane, and you're gonna take a left, and then theoretically, you're coming out, and you're taking a left across the lane of traffic, but you're going into a dedicated left-hand turn lane, which you then have a ton of room before you get if you want to take a right.
To merge
on
over.
a North Street. Yeah, you got a ton. It's not like you've got an intersection 50 feet away and holy crap, I got to get across 3 lanes. You're right, you've got a lot of buffer as you go south towards North Street. You've entered into a left-hand turn lane, and then you can merge over to the right hand if that's what you desire.
Hypothetically, as long as no one's traveling in that left turn lane.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously you want to avoid traffic to a degree. But I think that in general, I don't see a whole big need, like if you were putting a building on the other side, then you'd really want that shared left-right thing to be extended, but you're not putting it on the left-hand side of this road or the west side of this road.
Yeah, we would talk about that with the DPW. It could be fine the way that it is right now. It just, again, a lot plays into it. The queuing from North Street, how it is today, how we expect it to be an opening year, and then how do we expect it to be when exit 35 opens. So we just need to make sure we provide all the information for everyone.
To your point, Jeff, the dispensaries really don't generate a lot of traffic per hour, per half hour. It's not a Dunkin' Donuts.
When there was one in the state, maybe, but not
no,
anymore.
No, I mean, you drive by that, like Blossom, there's 3 cars in the parking lot, 5 cars in the parking lot, and they're not lining up like they are on Main Street going into Dunkin' or Starbucks.
I was just going to say that this Dunkin' Donuts it would not function like the one on Main Street does because
you got room.
Well, there's traffic. People are coming into town and going out of town all at the same time. The traffic here in the morning is primarily getting to the highway. It's on the same side of the road.
Well, we'd like to think that a lot of people are coming to Saco to work.
Sure.
But maybe not. Anyway, but yeah, no, I think that it would function differently. I don't know what your ultimate layout and lot looks like. I don't see a lot of 18-wheelers pulling into a Dunkin' in general.
Just a delivery truck once a week, probably.
Yeah, something like that. But, I'm saying like this, the folks that are going, all these 18-wheelers peeling off of 195 are going to go right.
Sure, and then, but big picture here, we're talking about this use, the zoning adjustment, the amendment, into a lot that's semi-developed already. There's ingress and egress out of the lot. There's no new curb cut. Jeff had a good question about sightlines. The sightlines should only get better. I think that's lawn out there right now.
You're good to the right, the left, there's some trees there I'm looking at, but.
I think there's a crest in the hill is what I was
Yeah, there is a little crest
I think
there.
it's like a 40-mile-an-hour zone, so you're looking at around a 400-foot sight line, right?
Well, we'll even get speeds out there, and we have to make sure that it meets the 85th percentile speed for stopping sight distance.
Sure, and but it in its current state, it met the criteria
right.
previously.
It's
and
there today.
That's not changing. So kind of circling back, the zoning amendment here, the lot for all intents and purposes, is sort of developed already. All these lots are developed. I guess just any other thoughts or questions from the board members? Without trying to site plan, these are good questions, but without trying to site plan.
I can always come back up.
Thank you.
I was just going to ask, PM Construction and Northeast Fire Stopping, they don't have a lot of in and out traffic, I don't believe. Maybe once a day, you're going to see. Yeah,
It's not. It's an office building. I couldn't speak for the traffic volumes, but.
Yeah, I don't see them having a concern about
It's light
having that
traffic.
Dunkin' Donuts traffic and the PM Construction traffic in the same driveway. I don't see a concern there, is what I'm getting at.
Sure. I suspect if they had concerns, they may not have
Yeah.
sold or allowed the sale to go through. Or
If I could
have
also,
the
I would
idea.
just like to add to this,
Yes,
that
please.
there are a lot of uses that are permitted there right now. We're talking about the Dunkin' Donuts, but that's really, we're talking about a site plan review. We're
Of
talking
course.
about traffic and things like that. I mean, right now, a restaurant could go in there, a brewery could go in there, an automotive repair service could go in there, another bank with a drive-through could go in there. There's a lot of existing uses that could go in there right now. Any of those would still be subject to site plan review, just like this one. So, that use, whether the traffic is met for this use or not is really a site plan review issue. I do just want to say also that a couple of things. One is that when we talk about the HB district, the objectives of the HB district in the ordinance is to be in an area and to allow for businesses that require volumes of traffic to go by them, and part of that is to try to direct or keep the traffic in those areas rather than put those uses in areas like in town, where the traffic would be more of an issue. The other thing I just wanted to point out is that the HB district actually goes around the corner up on North Street. There's a HB district over here. So it's not like this is an isolated situation for an HB here. This is HB up in here as well. So I just wanted to point that out as well.
Thank you.
Mr.
Rob,
Chair.
yes.
We did advertise, I believe, for a public hearing.
We did.
Do we want to open that public hearing?
I would, given the hour, I
Yeah.
would recommend that.
Okay, I move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you, Rob, for the motion, and Jim for the second. Any discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. A public hearing is open for this item. Again, the Kafua Management LLC, zone ordinance map amendment request from properties BI to HB zoning district, Industrial Park Road, tax map 55, lots 1-1, 3, 5, and 6. If you'd like to speak on this item this evening, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Inga Brown, 161 Simpson Road. Thank you for opening the hearing at such a late hour. I have several concerns about this petition for zoning map amendment. I also have a handout that I will give you in a moment that identifies for the board the 7 Dunkin' Donuts already in the Saco, Biddeford, and Old Orchard Beach area. I will say that I use Industrial Park Road almost every day. I use it to come home because I'm coming out to 112. I use it to leave, and every time I use Industrial Park Road, I can tell you that I am relieved that that area does not look like our Route 1, our Hamburger Alley. I am relieved that it looks like the extension of the industrial zone or the business industrial zone there. I am very adamantly opposed to the continued homogenation of our community. This weekend, I had to drive on Route 4 through Auburn, and I was aghast at the development patterns there. I think that a drive-through for Dunkin' Donuts is very different from a drive-through, I think Ms. Gay had this in her memorandum, as I recall, very different from a drive-through for People's Choice Credit Union. The entities that are there on that section of Industrial Park Road are client-based. You have a relationship with the bank. You have a relationship to the baseball field. You have a relationship to Southern Maine Healthcare. So while those businesses and entities don't generate, or PM Constructors, they don't generate high volumes of traffic, the people who do go there have a relationship. And when I travel that corridor, that is a conveyor belt. That is a conveyor belt area trying to get cars to 112 or to North Street, so you can make a left on North Street. I've tried to make a left out of the People's Choice Credit Union around 4 or 5 o'clock. I tried turning into Life Storage when I had a storage unit there. I no longer do. Tried making a left into Life Storage during busy traffic hours. I used to get my flu shot at the visiting nurses area there. Turning left there during those peak hours is very, very troubling and very difficult. I have attended some council meetings, and when we talk about the opening of the new exit, which everyone is very excited about, of course, what I've heard at council meetings is, well, no one really knows yet how that exit is going to affect traffic. You cannot predict individual drivers' habits or how the new exit will really, how that will really shake out. One can hope that traffic will be reduced, for sure, but I don't think we really know. So for me, changing this zoning now is premature, and I think the timing of it is very poor. While it is being presented to you as a win-win and a good thing for the community, I disagree, and I think that we really need to think long and hard about this. The baseball field, Marymount, I think is a lot of people in Saco whose children played baseball there, and you had to do your volunteer stint in the concession stand. I double-checked, and Mr. DiCiani, of course you know this, they are a 501(c) nonprofit, and that concession stand for the baseball field is a primary income generator, right? So having a Dunkin' Donuts suddenly there, I think is a detriment to the baseball field. So I wanted to point that out. I have a handout, if I could give that to you, please. So just to point out, I know you can read this, but I've highlighted for you with a yellow X where the new Dunkin' Donuts is slated perhaps to be, and then you have the 7 Dunkin' Donuts in that area. So as far as accessing a franchise of this sort, people in Saco, Biddeford, and Old Orchard Beach have 7 franchises already to choose from. And again, I think it's a saturation point, and I think we're good. If you turn to the back side, it's a slightly tighter view of Industrial Park Road. I'd also like to point out that Hillview Market and Deli is slated to open any day now in mid-February. So we have another local business that will supply lunches or what people need for workers in the industrial park zone. I'd also like to mention the comprehensive plan. And as you all know, on the other end of the Industrial Park Road on Route 1, as we target that area for very dense residential development, there will be, to the gateway of our city, retail, restaurants, commercial use there on Route 1. So as far as having more services for workers in the industrial park, they only need to go to the end of the industrial park and make a turn onto Portland Road, which will develop quickly and in extensive ways in the next several years. So I think this is a, for lack of a better word, I think it's a grab for the traffic there on Industrial Park Road that's sitting there. I, as a resident, do not want to see an increase in traffic there because of a Dunkin' Donuts. And I would ask you to consider all of the implications of the application. I think the traffic study that's been presented, or traffic information thus far, I question really the reliability of some of those statistics. So thank you for your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Kelly Archer, 185 Bradley Street. I have to start off, which I wasn't planning on doing, but since I do not have a public comment to the planning board, I need to have the planning board welcome applicants to the podium, not have free rein to come to the podium. It just happened again during a public hearing. So, I will ditto everything that, echo everything that Inga just said. I do believe that the Industrial Park Road is primarily a client-based businesses that are there, be it the retail, the few retail being all the businesses that she mentioned. I do bank at People's Choice. I do have the doctor's office on that road. Taking a left-hand turn to go live on Bradley Street is a nightmare. I have to go to 195, go downtown, and come around because it's better for me to get back to my home using Main Street versus taking a left-hand turn on many different times out of the doctor's office or out of my bank. I do believe that this is premature. I will defer to the chair, Matt Pavenkel and Jeffrey Brochu, who are also ZOR's members, when we went through discussions about the Industrial Park Road and what was coming down the pike, literally, but what was considered, what we wanted to have there, what we didn't want to have there, what the traffics look like. We all know that queue is, how long is Industrial Park Road from the ramp to North Street? I've seen it many, many times, and I'm retired. I'm not at peak hours, but I've been in it and I've seen it where it is from the light to the light, and it's dangerous. There is a safety issue. Yes, we have all these projections. Yes, we have all these studies. Yes, they're valuable to a certain point, but we have had exponential growth in just the last 4 years, and that was through the pandemic. And look at what's happening to the city of Saco. We do not have a smart growth plan in place to deal with the failing infrastructure and the different issues that have come before us time and time again. Again, we need to take a stand. It is all right to say no until we catch up. And that is what we need to do. For 4 years, or 5 and 6 years that I've been involved, religiously involved, we're always being reactive. Where is the proactive, smart growth that we need from the planning board? You're very, very important. You make the decisions, not the department heads. They give you valuable information to work with. They are the professionals, but you make the decisions. 7 people are making decisions for 21,000 people. And the next one is the council. It lies on 7 people here and 8 people, including the mayor. 15 people to 21,000 people, and we're still being reactive. Have courage. Say no, we're not ready. The traffic, you've all been in it a lot more than I have as a retired person. We're going to have accidents because I'm also, and not to say anything about Dunkin' Donuts, I hate to know what I pay in a year to Dunkin' Donuts. And I know what I have sat in the queue in Old Orchard, in Biddeford, in Saco. I've been in the queue on a left-hand turn lane going south to get into Dunkin' Donuts to go across 2 lanes on Main Street because I want my coffee. We have to consider safety. We have to consider what we have now, what we will have in 6 months from now, from 1 year from now. We can't continue to project out 3 years, 5 years, using eight different studies. I have read so many traffic studies from 2015 until the recent residential development that we all know I'm talking about. And I've read every one of those, and it's amazing how they contradict. It's amazing how it doesn't tell the real story. I'm not saying it's not being truthful, but it's cherry-picked of what they want to present to you versus having full disclosure. So please, have the courage to say, it's not ready. We're not ready for this. Does it mean that we can't change in the future, like our new welcome, Mr. Mueller, what you had said in the previous application? We don't know where that delineation mark is anywhere, but we know what common sense and logical thinking, free, independent thinkers are all about. Thank you so much. I am opposed to this at this particular time. Please keep, and one last thought, I'm not going off notes for the first time. But please, please consider the 6 figures, hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've been trying to get my number on how much ZORs through staff, consultants, all the monies that were paid in years of ZORs processes, all the thousands of hours that staff, that everyone, consultants, volunteers, everyone has put into. I am so disheartened that we have lost valuable time. Subsequent amendments that were on the books, as a couple of the members I mentioned here, were on the books, ready to go and get through the system. They're just coming up at council level and now, and workshops. We're not ready. I advise you to keep it to the current zone. Let's clean up everything, slow it down, clean up what we need to do, and then consider opening it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board members, given the hour, what is your 10:42?
Would it, Mr. Chair, would it make sense for us to close, unless there's someone else from the public who wishes to speak? Would it make sense for us to close the public meeting and then adjourn and take this up at our next meeting, final deliberations and report.
If the board wishes.
Point of question, how does that affect our scheduled public hearing with the council?
That's what I was just going to ask. What's the timeline on this one?
It's
Similar?
supposed to follow the same timeline
Same
as
as
the
the other.
earlier one, yep.
So in theory, we could close the public hearing, and we could, at our next meeting, we could take this up first and issue our report. It could still get to the council on time for its meeting?
Theoretically, but it is very tight. And that's going off of our staff interpretation of the ordinance, which is that we've held the hearing 10 days before.
All right, well, I think we should start by closing the public hearing.
Will I still have an opportunity to comment?
Yes.
Opportunity to respond.
Yes.
All right, so I would move to close the public hearing at this time.
I'll second it.
Thank you for the motion and second. Any discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Public hearing is closed. If the board would like to hear from the applicant and any of the notes from comments from the public, we could, or if the board wishes, we can continue another evening.
I can respond in just 2 minutes.
At this point, I'd like to see if there's any discussion between the board members themselves, just with regards to what we've heard from the applicant and what we've heard from the public. Briefly.
I mean, I'd be in favor of having the applicant take a couple of minutes to respond because everything is fresh in everyone's mind.
I don't have anything, I don't have any additional comments right this moment, so
You're speechless.
So, yes, please briefly.
Thank you very much, I appreciate that. With respect to the number of Dunkin' Donuts, I don't think that's really relevant to this conversation, but with respect to going back to, like, we're talking about an amendment of this area, a map amendment, talked about the uses that, whether it's a Dunkin' Donuts or it's a use that's permitted there right now, there's all kinds of high-traffic uses that could go in there right now. So, and that's all subject to site plan review, whatever that use is. But when we're talking about smart growth and we're talking about that kind of zoning, when you have that high-density dwelling area right near there, and the purpose of it in the zoning ordinance and in the comprehensive plan is that it's supposed to be urban, it's supposed to be connectivity, while allowing people, the hundreds and maybe thousands of people that live in all those residential units, the ability to walk to get to a coffee shop, walk to get a donut or something, take their bike. The kids from Marymount walk on the sidewalk and go get a hot chocolate and a donut or something like that. That's that kind of interconnectivity that smart growth is all about, and I teach this. That is a smart growth. That is like one of the tenements of smart growth, that walkability for residential units to be able to not get in their car, but take their bike, walk, and get to those kinds of amenities that they want. And I guess everything else is just, as far as traffic and safety, it's all subject to site plan review, no matter what use goes into 19 Industrial Park Road. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff?
I have a very difficult time, and I understand the dynamics of walkability if we wanted to change it to a highway business. We need to understand, of all the notifications, the applicant pointed out 87 of the 90-something that went out were for residential properties. With these proposed uses, those are surrounding or abutting these parcels they're talking about. That means there are 87 properties that are probably within a close enough shot to start to hear the noise of people going through a drive-through at 11 o'clock at night ordering a coffee before they head to a third shift job, right? There's a different dynamic that's being introduced, and those 87 units bought into a highway business district, knowing that it was supposed to be a transitional zone into an industrial use. I don't think it's necessarily appropriate to think that they're just going to be okay with the change to that type of volume. I think we all know about traffic. We can talk, traffic exists there. It's basically non-functional. It's one of the worst sections of road in the entire city of Saco currently. And for me, I stand to kind of the topic that I was touching on earlier is smart growth also has to do with adjusting our tax base. And by changing this use, yes, may we create some amenities? We may. But those amenities exist several other places within our community already. They're already permitted, they're already allowed. We have got future target growth in the Route 1 corridor. That's what we've been talking about. Talk about losing some of the farm space that's up there for this targeted growth. But we don't have a targeted growth for our industrial, for our business parks. We don't have a lot of opportunities. Wouldn't we all like to have another Maine Molecular come in? Wouldn't we like to have we have Hudding in our industrial park. We have General Dynamics. We have all of these places that produce large personal property tax revenue for the town with very little service. People drive there at the beginning of the shift. There's no more traffic, right? We're fortunate to have the PepsiCo distribution facility coming in, right? That's going to be another large employer. We need to allow them. They're going to have traffic coming in and out of there to get onto the interstate. That's why an industrial park is targeted near the interstate. We don't want to congest it more with traffic. If we're great and we realize a 30% reduction because of the new interchange, great. That's 30% more flexibility for our industrial base. But our business and industrial park zone is less than 1% of our entire area. I don't think it's a very wise idea to be changing this to a highway business district. It exists on the North Street corridor. We see some growth there. But at some point, it's where do we hold that line again? We have seen very clearly what happens when boards give a little discretion. Now we have a hotel in our industrial park that may have served a purpose for a technological base, but it's no longer a retail hotel. We have banks within our highway business district in our hotel. We have schools in our industrial park. Those are non-compatible uses. Every time we give a little bit, we're giving up opportunity for industries to come in. And this is one of those areas, and I get it. You know, it's a transitional area, but we're letting that line slip every single time we do this. You know, the self-storage places that were talked about. It's not a great use of industrial or business industrial space. I just don't think this is the right place, the right time for the long-term tax base of our city. And I think that we can I hope we can all try to focus on that because it's another approach to constantly changing our zoning for a particular benefit, a particular use. I think we need to really continue to look forward to how do we secure our tax base? How do we give our economic development office the space to attract new clients, new developments? We have the Millbrook Business Park across the street. A lot of that is warehousing. So our land is going away, and we have to think about the one section of industrial that's not really developed, but there's a large natural feature in there that they have to cross. They can't get from Spring Hill section to it. We've got Flag Pond Road, which is another buffer transitional zone within a residential lot that separates them from the roadway. How do they get access to Route 1? That's a real challenge, and I don't think we should be giving up these residential uses. Actually, there's 2 schools, now that I think about it. There's 2 schools in our industrial park, combined with... I don't believe this fits, and I think we can probably pretty quickly make a decision tonight for a negative recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Jim?
I was gonna, Jeff did a fine job explaining all the reasons why it didn't make sense to change the zone. I think if those were vacant lots and we had the opportunity to bring in, fabulous industrial uses there, that's one thing. But all those lots are being used now for, medical facilities or, PM construction. You got the marijuana facility across the street, you got storage units, you have some homes. This is not really like truly an industrial zone up to that traffic light until you turn the corner, and then you're really into the industrial part. So it's not like I think we should not think about Dunkin' Donuts here. We should just take that off the table. That's not important. The question is whether or not the HB zone more accurately reflects what's there now and different things that could be there that the BI zone doesn't allow. And if we think, again, forget about Dunkin' Donuts. If we think that the zone that strip would be benefited by HB because it would bring Marymount into compliance, right? Right now, the Marymount field is like a non-conforming use. Well, suddenly it'd be conforming use. And those medical facilities, it's not going to matter for them. Maybe Dunkin' Donuts never goes in. But if the HB zone better reflects what's there now, let's just reflect reality. I agree that we need to protect industrial zones and so forth, but this hasn't been a truly industrial zone for years. I don't remember anything of a major industrial nature on this strip of that road.
Well, I guess my thought would be the predecessor to the PM construction was a high-pressure gas facility. It was a New England Oxygen. They were compressing flammable liquids there. It was, that's...
But it's gone.
It is gone, right? And then if we want to talk about the ball field, well, that was existing pre-zoning. That, that is a non-conforming use just because we happened to put zoning in. Some board like us had to draw a line and it became non-conforming. But I'm pretty sure, I would assume that is under, because that was a gift from the Saco Lowell or the Marymount Corporation, that there's probably deed restrictions, that it'll be nothing other than a recreational field for the benefit of the city of Saco. Another attribute to the town from a very large industrial player. And I just kind of question when we think about, okay, we could have residential uses here. They still have their chrome plating in this General Dynamics, which is in the backyard. There are still lagoon treatment plants in the backyard. It's a stone's throw away. Do we really want to introduce food service or possible living in a buffer or transitional area to an industrial zone? General Dynamics is a great tax base, and part of their operation is they have some kind of industrial uses, right, that have possible environmental conflicts. And I just think it's in our best interest to not put pressure on them, because, I remember there's complaints, Casco Bay Steel Structures. They were looking at a new cutting system, and they said, oh, no, you can't have that much type of flammable liquid on your premises because we now have a school in the industrial park. There was a toddler and daycare. It was too close. They were worried about an explosion. So that's what I'm saying is, this was intended as a transitional zone. It's currently a transitional zone to the industrial park, and we need to be aware that you're eliminating that transitional area. General Dynamics, Marymount Corporation, whatever, sits in the backyard of this area. It abuts them, and they are still an industrial facility. We're very fortunate. Most people don't know or see much that goes on there. It's a quiet entrance off of North Street, but it employs a lot of people in our community, very high-paying jobs, and why should we pressure them to say, oh, now some of your rear off-site or rear treatment stuff is getting questionable. We have to pay extra attention because now we want to put a assisted living facility next to you because we just changed the zoning. Or why would you want to have a restaurant there? I think we need to protect it as a transitional zone as it was intended and not a highway business. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Board members, not to pressure anyone, but the hour 11, we're well past our 10:30 deadline we gave ourselves. How does the board like to proceed?
I personally would like to continue just because, I mean, the applicant also has an engineer here who we haven't heard from. I don't know if we need to or want to, but I think there's still some discussion to be had, and I don't think we're doing it in the next 2 minutes.
I think, Joyce, I agree. I'd like to continue the discussion myself. I guess my recommendation would be to continue to the next meeting. I'm not sure how the board feels, but.
Just
Rob,
one
please.
observation that kind of is interesting. We sent out 100-ish notifications and nobody showed up. And so 87 were residential and nobody showed up. I'm kind of confused by that. As far as the industrial business, it being at 1%, it'd be great if we were 30, which is what we should be, but we never will be. And part of it is because most of the property we'd love to put industrial on is marsh, running along 95. And our access points in and out of 95 are pretty limited, which is why the industrial park is where it is. But again, we didn't develop that industrial park as an industrial park. It's just lots that we sold. If that had been truly developed, I mean, I developed commercial industrial projects for 30 years. If that had been developed appropriately, we could be banging it there, but we're not, because we just sold lots and there's a ton of empty space in between them. It's not efficient use of space. But anyway, that's just a side. It has nothing to do with this. I think that if you all want to chew on it for to the next meeting, we can. Otherwise, you're going to have to do a vote now, and that's one of the two actions. Take your pick.
Well, I'm looking for a motion from the board in either direction, or. Yeah.
Choices in the
I'll move
motion-making
to
mood.
continue to, I know, I haven't made hardly any motions tonight. I move to continue this matter to the next hearing date.
Thank you, Joyce, for the motion.
Second.
Second by Jim. So a motion made and second to continue this application to, it would be the February 20th meeting, Emily. Any discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Rob? Jim?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. 5-4, 1 abstention. Thank you. Emily, do we have any general correspondences?
No general correspondence.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn at 11:01 p.m.
So move.
Thank you.